9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Women's Wrestling Talk, the #1 women's wrestling network on the planet.
Hello. It is Sunday, and you kind of know what that means. We are coming to you from Queens, New York for AEW Double or Nothing. This is your PR princess, your timeless elite, Stone Cold Courtney, whatever you want to call me, because I get to spend Double or Nothing with you. Unfortunately, as you heard, Double or Nothing is sold out. The second pay-per-view AEW that has been sold out. Obviously, the first one was Revolution, and unfortunately, we didn't get to do media scrum for AEW Double or Nothing since it is a hot ticket show. But when in doubt, your timeless elite always has a plan B, and I figured I'd give you guys a watch along because I'm very happy for some of my other peers that are there, but knowing it was going to be a hot ticket show. It's in New York. Obviously, of course, the Knicks are in NBA playoff mode, so there's a lot happening in New York. But have no fear. I am here to serve with you because you get to spend the next few hours with me. And obviously, of course, our opening contest, which I'm surprised because I thought it was going to be either the men Owen Hart Cup Tournament or Moxley versus Kyle. But this is actually really good to start off because we are going to start off with the I Quit Street Fight for the AEW Tag Team titles. I'm not calling them by their AEW names. I'm going to say Edge and Christian against FTR. If Edge and Christian lose, they have to disband forever. So I am pulling for them. I would love for them to be tag team champions again, just go into the sunset. But it's going to be a fun match. It's I Quit Street Fight, so a lot can happen in New York. I don't know about that, Boza, regarding the Ultimate Humiliation being sold out. I think there's many reasons because obviously Double or Nothing is one of their signature pay-per-views they had from the beginning. Obviously, of course, when they found out the Owen Hart Cup men's tournament is going to be in there. And also with the fact, too, a lot of people love Darby Allin. Obviously, people want to see Edge and Christian win. Okada versus Takeshita. That's also a marquee match. So there's a lot of things that are happening. But we do see Christian coming out. It's going to be very interesting to see. But as I mentioned, we are going to kick off the Owen Hart Cup men and women's tournament. Obviously, for the men, we have Samoa Joe taking on Will Ospreay. We have Swerve Strickland taking on Bandino. And for the women, we have Athena taking on Mina Shirokana. Obviously, if you joined me on Dynamite on Wednesday, Willow Nightingale was supposed to face off against Alex Windsor. But unfortunately, because of her shoulder injury, she had to withdraw not just from the Owen, but also had to relinquish the TNA title. I was not on the media call for Double or Nothing, but I believe they're going to talk about what they're going to do with the TBS title moving forward. Probably in a similar situation they did when Kyle Fletcher got injured. And look at Edge and Christian. They got the family card in. They're just mean mugging. That should be a Christmas card right there. Oh, that's a Christmas card. Shout out to Jordan from Canada in the chat. I'm hanging out. You're going to hang out with me for the next couple hours because we got a really some solid good matches, and some of my people came to work today. Obviously, of course, if you did watch the pre-show, we got to see Mick Foley. He is now All Elite. It's official from AEW. He did the pre-show with Renee Paquette. Obviously, for the matches, the Death Riders picked up a victory over the Ops. Obviously to help the momentum for Claudio, because Claudio is in the Owen Hart Cup men's tournament. So that's kind of continued building up momentum for him. It's going to be very interesting between the Ops and the Death Riders, seeing how that's going to go. And also Marina Shafir. Marina Shafir is going to be something else because she is an equalizer, but I would not be shocked if the Ops had a counterpart to help out with Marina Shafir. I know Jeffrey in the chat on Dynamite said Camille. That would be very awesome to have Camille, but we shall see what happens. And obviously, of course, their leader, John Moxley, will be taking on Kyle O'Reilly for the AEW Continental Championship match. No time limit. Continental rules apply. Everybody's banned from ringside. Also, we had the conglomeration. Big Boom AJ and QT Marshall beat Shane Taylor Promotions in a fun 10-man tag team match. We did see Harley Cameron be in support of the conglomeration because Willow Nightingale, she's injured. So get well soon. Harley's leading the charge. She's helping out with the conglomeration, which helps. Shout out to Jeffrey in the chat. And yes, he did say Camille would work out as well. And we also saw Eddie Kingston and Ortiz make an appearance. So, because obviously Eddie's from New York. So, because he had a problem with Shane Taylor Promotions. But here we go. This is an I Quit street fight for the AEW tag team titles. Feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got in this match. Do you have FTR retaining or do you have Edge and Christian getting finally be new tag team champions? But here we go. These guys are going to come to blows. Obviously, of course, you're going to have that Weasel Stokely in there. But I would not be shocked if Beth made an appearance too to help out her husband. Because I'm pretty sure Beth wants revenge after what they did to her at All Out Toronto last September. I mean, yes, Jeffrey, it is, but it'll be a bang for your buck because at least they'll put on banger matches. It's a bang for your buck. But going back to this match and also, and yes, the Divine Dominion, it was a banger of a match between Zeta Steel and Viva Van. Those two ladies put in the work. But we got to see Ty J make an appearance. As I said on Wednesday on Dynamite, Ty J wants the AEW Women's Tag Team titles. So I'm happy to see them. I think it's a good opportunity for them to do that. So yay! I'm happy to see Ty J step up to the plate because a lot of the other ladies are doing other things. So, but yeah, we are kicking off 8 matches. Well, yeah, I mean, after this, it'll be 8 matches, but I think it'll go by quick with the flow. I'm pretty sure a lot of it's going to be taken between the Owen Hart Cup tournament matches. Obviously, of course, we have Stadium Stampede, Chris Jericho, the Hurt Syndicate, Jack Perry, what is Dax doing with that metal thing? I'm sorry, I'm watching this match, but Christian, that was a nice move that Christian did. But the only way you gotta win is you gotta say I quit. Well, what is Christian doing with that hanger? That it looks like a metal hanger. Shout out to my sister Honey in the chat. It is Double or Nothing, but yeah, that's barbed wire right there. I thought it was a hanger, but that is barbed wire that Christian is tying. Oh man, shout out to her in the chat. We are in the Dax, that's a hurt. Well, I want Christian to get his watch. He'll get his watch back tonight. Christian's gonna he's trying to make Dax say I quit. He's not gonna say I quit. You have to really, really make him say I quit. Plus, it's Queens, New York, so it has to be a New York style street fight. I quit. And as I mentioned, Stadium Stampede, Chris Jericho, the Young Bucks, Kenny Omega, all on one side, along with Jack Perry, the Hurt Syndicate, taking on the Demand. Oh, Christian is whipping Dax like a government mule, in the words of JR. Just same thing with Edge. Whipping both Dax and Cash. I guess he definitely wants retribution of what they did with his wife, Beth. It's retribution. They do hurt. Yes, they do. He's just whipping those belts. Shout out to Nathan Campbell in the chat. The chat is really booming. Oh, geez. Christian's choking Dax with a belt, and he's trying to make him say I quit, but that's not happening. Shout out to Lynette in the chat. Oh, boy. It's going to be very interesting because I know they don't want to say I quit, but somebody has to take the fall to say I quit. I know Jeffrey, I know, and Boza, they want Edge and Christian to win. I think a lot of people want Edge and Christian to win. But it's fun. I mean, I'm pretty sure we'll see a lot of New York style themes into this. But this is going to be very, very fun. As I mentioned, it's kind of ironic with the Owen Hart Cup Tournament starting today, because yesterday, 27 years ago, we lost Owen Hart. It definitely left a mark in the wrestling world. We all know what happened to him that day. It was very hard to watch, and it still kind of leaves a sour taste in people's mouths. But Owen Hart passed away 27 years ago. If you were at the pay-per-view Over the Edge, you know. But also today marked the anniversary that Raw is Ward paid tribute to Owen, because I saw photos of that. But it's very convenient that the Owen Hart Cup Tournament starts today, that where yesterday was the death anniversary of Owen Hart, but also it was the death anniversary of Bray Wyatt, which is insanity. Because I remember, like it was yesterday, listening to the shocking news and dying the same day as Owen Hart. But I love that Martha and the kids want to continue Owen's legacy. I mean, we all know what happened regarding WWE. She doesn't want him in the Hall of Fame due to unforeseen circumstances, which you highly respect that. But I'm very happy that the Owen Hart Cup Tournament is something useful for AEW, continuing the legacy of Owen Hart. And oh God, that Weasel Stokely. It was only a matter of time he was going to interfere. Sooner or later, he's going to get speared through either a table or get hit by a weapon. Or Beth comes in. Either of the three. I won't be mad at it. But as I was saying regarding Owen, it's really a good opportunity. And gives a friendly reminder. I'm very excited for the Owen Hart Cup Tournament. It's definitely going to be something everyone's looking forward to every year, because the finals will be held at Forbidden Door. And the winners will be facing off against the respective world champions at All In Wembley Stadium. How cool is that? Oh, Cash hitting Edge with the steel chair. Pretty much. Yes. The finals, which is going to be so cool. And it's going to be in California. That's the only reason FTR. Hey, pretty much. I mean, if it wasn't for Stokely, their raid makes me want to watch paint dry. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I have nothing against them as wrestlers. It's just, can anybody name me the last good memorable promo FTR did since they've been in AEW and Ring of Honor? And here comes the toolbox. Kris, you got the low blow. And oh, Lordy, here comes the toolbox. Oh, no. Is he really going to use pliers? No way! He's really going to use pliers! He used them on his ear. That's one way to say I quit. That is funny. Ooh, and he hit Cash in the nuts with those pliers. That has to hurt. That really hurts. That can really hurt your sexual drive, by the way. In the grapefruits. Well, we knew this I Quit street fight was going to be brutal. It was going to be violent. Someone has to say I quit. And of course, FTR is going after the cast that hurt Christian a couple weeks ago. So, I'm just saying. You knew it was going to be brutal and violent. But somebody has to say I quit. Someone's got to say it. You don't want to say I quit, but you got to say I quit. I hope Dax doesn't have a broken nose after those pliers. He's trying to make Edge say I quit. Oh, boy. Oh, well, Edge is a little busted open. Dr. Samson's going to have a fun night because he's sitting right next to the Spanish announcer's table. I feel so bad for the Spanish announcer's table. Well, I'm happy everybody's having a wonderful time. This is definitely a good match to start off. Ooh, they did the pile driver on the Spanish announce table. And of course, that Weasel's talking trash. You can tell the fans are on their feet. As I mentioned, AEW Double or Nothing is sold out. Completely sold out. If you want tickets at the door, tough luck, because this was definitely a hot ticket, especially coming back to New York. And yes, stadium at the US Open Tennis. Yes, they did. Actually, because I was looking this up before I got on AEW Double or Nothing, because I did see the numbers. Let's see. The show is reported to have brought in around 1.5 million at the gate, making it the second largest gate for AEW event on US soil. Obviously, the first event that surpassed that was AEW All In Texas last year. Oh no, poor Christian! They're really damaging that. Oh, and he has a cylinder. He's trying to make Christian say I quit. Christian's not saying I quit. I'm gonna tell you, they're not to say I quit, but Dax is really. Whew. Well, you know this match was gonna be very brutal. But as I mentioned, this is the second AEW event in US soil to be successful. It's obviously the first show, AEW All in Texas. And Dax, he's choking Christian with a steel chain. Oh boy. Well, the sickos wanted violence. They're getting violence. Yeah, I did see he was busted open, Jeffrey. And what's... is Cash reworking? Put it on a shirt, Chris. I know, right? They need to put it on a shirt. Oh my god. It looks like Cash is trying to display one of the rings turnbuckles. Christian's biting Dax's bald head. Oof. They're really trying, and they're putting the similar fashion that they did to Edge. it should. And honey, yes, that should be on a shirt. It should be on a shirt. But oh man, poor Dax. Kill switch. But the only way to do it. I know, honey. I just see that too. Oh, Lordy, that little weasel. You kind of knew he was going to interfere sooner or later. But yeah, honey, I was laughing at the fan that was thrusting. AEW is for the sickos. The sickos fans want this match. Well, they're going to get it. And this is our first match of the show. Oh my goodness, they took the turnbuckle off. Ooh, that was a nice spear by Christian. And Christian, he's tying Dax with the ropes. Is he going to say, I quit? Is he going to say it? But Cash is making the save. We need the ring. Yes, because this is our first match of the night. We have so many matches happening. Obviously, we have the Owen Hart Cup. Oh, Cash is trying to make Christian say, I quit with the barbed wire. As I mentioned, someone has to say, I quit. Someone has to say it. Someone's got to say it. Shatter Machine. But like I said, somebody's got to say I quit. But as I mentioned, we do have the Owen Hart Cup men and women's tournaments kicking off. We have the AEW Continental Championship. We have the AEW. What does he have with the screwdriver? No, not screwdriver. Wrench, I would say. Looks like a monkey wrench. It does look like a monkey wrench. Ooh, nice spear. Here comes Edge. Spear onto Dax. It is a good match to start off. But as I mentioned, we do have the AEW Continental Championship. We have the AEW International Championship. We have the AEW Women's Championship match defending in a fatal four-way. We have Stadium Stampede. Oh my, Stadium Stampede. If you thought the I Quit match was crazy, I can't imagine how Stadium Stampede is going to look like in New York. And obviously, of course, we have the main event, hair versus title, Darby Allin, MJF. If you saw our bold predictions on WWT, I posted my bold predictions up today on socials. Obviously, of course, I'm going for the weirdo. Because if you saw McFoley at the pre-show, he told Darby, do it for the weirdos. Do it for the outcasts. So I'm thinking Darby Allin to retain. Hold on, let's see. Is Dax going to say I quit? Is he going to say I quit? He's not going to say. He's trying to plead. Plead. But there's two mics. What? No way. Oh, man. That little weasel with the watch. Shatter Machine. If they don't win the title, I'm going to cry. I don't want to cry, but that weasel. Oh. Is that who I think it is? Yes, it's Beth. I'm going to still call her Beth Phoenix, but the Glamazon is here. And she wants revenge after what happened to her from All Out in Toronto. Yes, Jeffrey, it's time for Beth to take care of that weasel. Get him out of here. Because she doesn't forget. Oh, it's nice to see Beth. And she still looks good, too, by the way. Helping out her husband. Oh, no, that bald-headed freak Dax put Beth do the steel sets. But Beth, she's a tough cookie. She's a tough cookie. She's been in worse. She suffered more bumps than you can imagine. But Beth will be fine. And they're really going to put that table on fire. Well, the sickos want fire. That is what they want. Yes, honey, the Glamazon is here. She does. With that face and the tattoo, it reminded me of Bull Nakano. That's who that reminded me of. And I think Beth mentioned that she does admire Bull Nakano. Oh my God. They're going to put this on fire? I wonder how they talked about this in backstage earlier. I wonder how they did talk about this before the match started. Oh my God, on fire. Ooh! Stokely's on fire. Stop, drop, and roll. And yes, he did deserve it. Stop, drop, and roll. That's what they taught us in school. Anytime you had fire, stop, drop, and roll. I like it. I mean, I know it's not even the main event. Well, Jordan, we got plenty more matches to go. I can't even imagine with the main event. We haven't even gotten to Stadium Stampede yet, and I can't even imagine what's that going to do. And this is only the first match, and it looks like Dax is trying to put the concerto on edge, but Beth, she's crawling, and we do see Christian on the other side. I know, it's only the first match. And I think they're trying to say, oh man, of course Dax had to put in his kids. You have to talk about a man's kids, and he can't even say, I quit. He's really, Dax is like, stay it. But here comes Beth. She got the low blow in. And Christian's on his feet. I know, honey. It is. But you know what? It's a good thing because you're getting a bang for your buck out of this. At least you're getting a bang out of your buck because at least the matches are not short. I will say I did watch Saturday night's main event last night, and it was a really good show. It was a really solid show. Christian got Dax in the start shooter. Is he going to say I quit? Is he going to say I quit? Oh, no. Double submission hold on to Dax. Is he going to say, I quit? Say it. What? What? What's Beth doing? Oh no! Here comes Spike! Oh no, Spike! If you remember when Edge and Christian faced off in an I Quit match for the TNT title, and you remember when Spike came out, and thankfully, that was when Christian said, I quit. Oh, no, 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 no! Spike! Oh, they said I quit! We have new tag team champions! Congratulations! We finally got new tag team champions! Edge and Christian finally did it! They did it! They did it! We got new tag team champions! Yes! Congratulations to them! Like, give them a round of applause! Yeah! Just give them a round of applause! New tag team champions! And this is only our first match. It's gonna be interesting to follow up after that match. Very happy. Congratulations to Edge and Christian. They finally got the belts. Question is, what is next for the new tag team champions? What is next? And Beth, she's emotional too. She's happy for her husband. We need a second. We need a 5. I agree, honey. We need a 5-second pose. We may get that at Dynamite because Dynamite's coming to Philadelphia for the aftermath of AEW Double or Nothing. You will not get a timeless Elite Wednesday watch along from me because I will be on site for AEW Dynamite in Philadelphia. Now, Zed thinks he could take over my day. Well, it's an opportunity for him to do a watch along since I'll be on site. But just remember, every Wednesday is always timeless Elite Wednesdays with me because a lot of people enjoy my watch along and give me insight. I provide more insight as I can. I'm trying to make the watch alongs fun because people always be talking a lot of crap about AEW. Not constructive criticism, but just talking like crap no matter what. Because it's like, oh, we watch it, but we don't, and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, they're 7 years old. They're 7 years old. But congratulations, Edge and Christian. Congratulations, Edge and Christian, new tag team champions. Let's go and let's bring at least restorage to the tag team divisions. Unfortunately, we may have to suffer through FCR, the Young Bucks, and Edge and Christian. We're all in Wembley Stadium, which I'm like, yay! I want to see other tag teams get in the fray. Let's get some other tag teams in there. There's plenty of other. I mean, I know for the fact Luchasaurus from Jurassic Express, they're a little bit on hiatus because Luchasaurus is still hurt from his injury. Private Party, of course, Gwen is still injured. But we do have some good other tag teams that can step up to the plate. Oh, I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Congratulations. I'm so happy Beth's back. Even if it's for a short time, I'm just happy to see her back on TV. But we're just getting started because this is the match I wanted at All In Wembley Stadium, but we're getting it tonight. The AEW International Championship, Okada, Takeshita. I picked Takeshita because I'm done with Okada's reign as AEW International Champion. I'm just done because it really didn't flatter me as much. It really didn't. You would think, but I don't know. This was the match I wanted. This was the match that I wanted at Wembley Stadium. But who knows? A lot can happen. I can see Okada cheat his way into victory, and maybe they'll run it back at Wembley. But we shall see what happens. But I'm picking Takeshita to win. Pedro was more fun than... Oh, Boza Pedro was more fun than... I know, right? Right? it's just hard because like the only serious contender for that international title was Takeshita. It's just hard because Okada's right here, and then you put everybody else like right here. And I really want an international championship to bring a lot of prestige because it used to be the top tier second title. Because if you won that title, you move on to the AEW World title. But I know people are diehard Okada fans thinking like, oh, this is the best ring for the international championship. No. We know who had the best international reign. And I don't have to say it. But this, I love the opening that they're doing for Takeshita, and they're letting him talk in Spanish. Japanese. I love it. Shout out to Zach Minger in the chat. And yes, it is Memorial Day weekend. I hope everybody, because I know the East Coast, it is rainy and wet, but we're used to it. But I hope everybody is staying safe. They're enjoying it. And also make sure to celebrate what Memorial Day is all about. Thanking all the veterans for their hard work and service. I do love this opening promo of Takeshita. I am pulling for Takeshita. I'm pulling for Takeshita to win because at least when he was international champion, he got to go travel a bit. Oh, nice, Jeffrey. Your mom's birthday is on Tuesday. That's awesome. Sending her an happy early birthday. Feel free in the chat. But here goes Takeshita. You noticed that creep Don Callis is not accompanying Takeshita, and I would not be shocked if he accompanied Okada to the ring. I'm just saying. It would not shock me one bit. But feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got. Do you think it's time for Takeshita to finally get the belt that unfortunately he didn't get a rematch for? Or do you think Okada is going to retain? And also, it's nice to see Renee do her sideline reporting about the International Championship to get people up to speed. I do love the sideline reporting Renee does, especially not for this match. I'm sure we're probably going to see her for the Owen Hart Cup matches. And of course, her husband when he defends the AEW Continental Championship against Kyle O'Reilly. I said one of my bold predictions, Jon Moxley is going to be kicked out of the Death Riders before the end of this year. It would not shock me, but that's just a bold prediction I have. Poor Don Callis. Jordan from Kid, are you crazy? Poor Don Callis. Give me a break. No one cares about that bald-headed creep. But here comes the reigning and somewhat defending international champion. He's going to get kicked out. Yeah, I know, Jeffrey. That's what I'm going to say. Well, it looks like Don Callis is not accompanying Okada. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I thought at least Don Callis would come out and do commentary. But I would not be shocked if he did do commentary during Stadium Stampede. Well, it's going to be very interesting because we kicked off the show with new tag team champions. Could we get back-to-back new champions? Oh, he is on? Oh, yay. Yay, Jeffrey. Dang. Ugh. Oh, boy. Oh, Lordy, I got to deal with Mr. Peanut, bald-headed creep. And somebody take that sign and I'm a Don Callis guy. What kind of universe is this? Somebody confiscate that sign. I'm a Don Callis guy. Ew. And he's going to be commentary for Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling too. So if you have a chance to follow it, he will be doing some commentary. Fortunately, he's from Canada. Unfortunately. But this is going to be a really good match. This is the match everybody's been anticipating, including me. I wanted this at Wembley Stadium, but I guess we're going to get it at Double or Nothing. Takeshita, Okada for the AEW International title. They've been teasing this for a little over a year. And here we are in Queens, New York. I feel like Okada's going to cheat some way, somehow. And I think if you really want to have Takeshita have that babyface turn, it's got to be in full effect. People love per peanuts. That's funny. But here we go. Okada, Takeshita coming up to blows. This is our second match of the night. The AEW International Championship. Obviously, of course, we still have the Owen Hart Cup Men and Women's Tournament matches happening. We have the AEW Continental Championship. We have the AEW Women's Championship in a fatal four-way match. And also our main event for the AEW World Heavyweight title. Darby Allin taking on MJF. And you're hanging with me, your PR princess, your timeless elite, Stone Cold Courtney, whatever you would call me. You guys are hanging out with me for AEW Double or Nothing. And if you did not know, at the top of the hour, AEW Double or Nothing in Queens, New York is officially sold out. This is no joke. This is not a prank. It is officially sold out. And you can look at the capacity of all the fans sitting in the stands. It is sold out. You could say what you want about AEW. I mean, I do get constructive criticism. People want to be petty and they want to talk a lot of crap about it. But sold out is sold out. They're saying F Don Callis. I love it. I love it. This is New York. But here comes Okada trying to take the upper hand here. Ooh, that was a kick by Takeshita. This is going to be pretty even. Very, very even. Takeshita, he's got the upper hand. He's looking very fresh. He's in the upper hand here. And there, these guys are pretty much going with each other. And the fans are cheering for Takeshita. See? Takeshita's got a strong, growing fan base. Good for him. The fans are chanting for Takeshita. But I do feel like I want Takeshita to win, but I would not be shocked if Okada cheated. Oh, Don Callis, stop making excuses. You know Takeshita and Okada don't like each other. You know that. They do not like each other. Yeah, but it was the same thing. I wouldn't be shocked if Don Callis either. Because if you want Takeshita to go babyface, that could be another option too. Stabbing Takeshita in the back. And it'll be very interesting when Kyle Fletcher comes back. Who is he going to side with? Is he going to side with his friend Takeshita, who been with him in the beginning of the creation of Don Callis family, or Okada? It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting when Kyle Fletcher comes back from his injury. Yeah, Nigel just said it. He just said it on commentary. Just said it. But love it. I love seeing the crowd and everything else. And you know, I always say this because I know because August will be 2 years since I've been on Women's Wrestling Talk. And ever since I came on, it's always nice to like interview people and do media scrums. And it's okay because even though we got denied for media requests for AEW Double or Nothing because it was a hot show, there are still plenty of opportunities out there, and do not want to take anything away from like people that are already there, because I know some people that are doing amazing work. It's great. But for my own, hold on, 1, 2, quick kick out by Takeshita. But as I was saying, and I was kind of saying this on WWT a couple weeks ago, because you'll notice some content creators that are boycotting WWE, they're already jumping into AEW and TNA. And also with the fact too, granted, some of them are great and some of them do have knowledge of TNA and AEW. But some of them tend to jump ship as the shiny new toy, especially not having consistent knowledge about AEW. Like they can learn about it, that's fine, great. But for me working in PR, I just think like not just AEW, but TNA and a lot of other these wrestling promotion media teams just have to be mindful on who you bring into either media scrums or the table. And just look at their socials, everything else. Not like monitor like crazy, but just make sure that everything's good to go and they're not like downplaying or dog shitting AEW. Because if you remember when AEW first started, like a lot of people were trashing them. They thought they were going to die, they were going to burn in hell, they were not going to survive, all this and blah, blah, blah. But here we are. They're 7 years old. They are 7 years old. And with the fact, too, this is the second sold out show in 2026 that they did. The first one, obviously, of course, was their first pay-per-view, Revolution. Now they did it with Double or Nothing. I never want a wrestling promotion to fail. I want AEW to succeed. I do think there are a lot of work to do. Obviously, like there's booking, there's storylines, and trying to bring more presence to the women's division, which I'm trying to push through because they do have a. Oh, that was a nice move by Takeshita. Oh my god! But I also want to bring it to the fact because they do have a lot of good things, and even with Ring of Honor, now granted it's on the paywall, they do have some good stuff on Ring of Honor, which is pretty solid good. I don't watch it every week, but I try to catch up with it as much as I can and just flick through. And obviously TNA, I always have a special place in my heart because that was the second wrestling promotion that I watched. And Jeffrey, well, I mean, at least you're upfront and honest about it. But, it's funny. There are some people who trash it in the early part, but then a few years later, it's like they want to kiss the butt thinking nothing happened. And it's like, weren't you just trashing them a couple years ago? And it's up there on socials. You think you can delete posts, but people will screenshot them. And people won't forget. So if I was in that PR team with like either AEW or TNA, it's just being very mindful of who you bring into the space. And especially with the fact too, checking on their socials, checking on their credible work. Because I will say this, media literacy is not on the floor for journalism. Let me phrase that. Media literacy is pretty much down the drain, not just in professional wrestling, but also everywhere across the board. So that's why I'm thankful I'm in an outlet like Women's Wrestling Talk, because we do support women. We do provide credibility. We do provide facts. Obviously, of course, in my background in PR, that's something. And I know a lot of us are very aware of the space. So we're small but mighty, but we're keeping going. And also with the fact, yeah, Jeffrey, that's another thing too. Don't trash another company, please. So I don't know who is in the ear that changed it with Boss Man. I'm very happy. Thank you. You should not be trashing any company publicly. But I do think it's just going to be something media teams and major have to be very mindful of who you bring, because it's not taking away from everybody doing the work. I just don't want anybody, especially, what's Takeshita going to do here? Is he going to get it? German suplex. This is a hard-hitting match between these two. I'm scared what's the third match going to be. I'm very scared what's going to be the match after this. But anyways, just wrapping up my point, because this is a really good match. It's just really being mindful on who you bring into the space. Obviously, of course, we all want wrestling promotions to succeed, but I believe in facts. I believe in credibility, and also with the fact too. I mean, granted, it's not with the top tier wrestlers that I interview, but it's always cool to interview people, especially if they haven't been in the game for so long. They still hold a piece in professional wrestling. And also, since I started doing these watch-alongs, a lot of people have started to like and watch AEW, which is, it's always good. It's nice. It's really great. I mean, since I started doing these watch-alongs, and even when I talk about it in WWT, I mean, granted, I give my own constructive criticism of it because I want them to be better. I want them to do great. I want them to do everything else. And even being part of those media scrums too, asking them questions that many people would never ask them, or even asking the obvious questions, which can get very repetitive. Exactly. Jeffrey and Boza, there's wrestling right now, promotion for everybody. I mean, I can't watch Evolve because AEW Dynamite, but I follow them on socials and I do see some of the work they do. Also, shout out to the notorious Mimi because she is on Evolve. So make sure to follow her. I had the chance to watch her in matches. So they're cooking up in Evolve. They're doing some great work because I follow them on social and I try to catch up as much as I can. Same thing with TNA. I know TNA is doing some good stuff. They're on the road to Slammiversary, which, by the way, too, it's going to be earlier on the same day as Forbidden Door. So that'll be a busy weekend. What's Takeshita going to do here? Is he going to do a Blue Thunder Bomb? Is he going to do Okada did a Rainmaker! And Takeshita's laying on the floor outside the ring. You kind of knew it was going to be hard hitting with these two. Okay. If you saw the replay in that, you kind of know. But I'm really happy to do these watch-alongs for AEW. Like, obviously, WWE was how I started, but it's nice to branch out to other wrestling companies and see what they're doing. And I'm happy. I'm very happy to be a part of watch-alongs for AEW. If you followed me on socials, you know how I got into AEW was because I met Toni Storm after she got released. And then a few days later, she was on AEW for her debut, and the rest was history. And of course, I have to, I'm not going to say clients, as Councilman and Mayor put it, but, oh, no, what is that creep doing? Is he really pleading with Okada not to do it? Why do I feel like Don Callis is going to stab Takeshita in the back? Is he really trying to plead? Oh, give me a break. Anyways, going back to that, I got into AEW because of Toni Storm. I'm not going to say clients or anything. I will say I do advocate for some people in AEW. Obviously, of course, Toni Storm, Orange Cassidy. If I met Toni Storm, well, I don't know about that. Well, it was very interesting. It's just seeing the growth that she had from when she came in her debut, and now she's timeless. Obviously, of course, I always root for Toni Storm, Orange Cassidy, the Brawling Birds, Jamie Hayter, Alex Windsor, Anthony Bowens, because I met Anthony 3 times, and he's a Jersey boy. And, of course, Max Caster, too, because I met him twice. So I always got to follow the beat. See. It was only a matter of time he was going to stab Takeshita in the bag, and Takeshita is upset. It was only a matter of time. Oh, boy. Now, like I said, it's going to be interesting when Kyle Fletcher comes back from his injury, because who's he going to side with? Is he going to side with Takeshita, or is he going to side with Okada when he comes back? Who does not want to win more? I think secretly he wants Okada to win because he's been drooling over Okada the last couple months, if you notice. It's like he's trying to plead with Takeshita not to attack him, but he's out of a soft spot for Okada. Ooh, Takeshita. Oh, man, that was a nice punch. Ooh, that was a nice move that Takeshita did. Quick kick out. So close. So close. So close. This is a really good match. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be hard to say which match is match of the night. But I think this match in particular is going to be up there for a match of the night so far. Because I feel like the Owen Hart Cup tournaments, regardless of the men and women, they're going to steal the show. Tombstone. Both men are down. And you can see the crowd on their feet. Yes, Jeffrey, exactly. It's like he wants Okada, but pleaded to Takeshita. I think he wants Okada to win. That's just me. But I think, and this is only our second match of the night, but it's up there for match of the night candidate. It's up there. But it's going to be very interesting how the other matches are going to do. Like I said, we have Stadium Stampede. We have the AEW Women's Championship. We have the AEW Continental Championship. We have the Owen Hart Cup men and women's matches. Obviously, of course, we have the AEW World's Heavyweight title main eventing the show. But the fans are cheering for Takeshita. They're cheering for Takeshita. Yeah. Oh, Jeffrey, I think the ladies are going to bring it. You just got to give them an appropriate time. If you can give time to the men, you should give at least equal time to the ladies. You have to. You got to give equal time to the ladies. There's no question about that. And that's something we talked about a lot on Women's Wrestling Talk. But Takeshita's fired up. I'm looking at AEW socials because I want to keep the I'm trying to find the clip that Mick Foley talked about in the pre-show, and I think they did post it on socials. So I'm keeping it. Do it for the sickos. Do it for the outcasted freaks. Yep, he's definitely over, Jeffrey, because I think, and also this could be a good opportunity for AEW too, because something WWE has not done. Ooh, what's Takeshita going to do here? One. Ooh, that was so close. That was so close. I thought we were going to go 2 for 2. How many cheap shots? Actually, it wasn't cheap pops. He actually got a good response, and people were chanting Foley. Obviously, Noelle was there. His daughter was sitting in the front row. Always good to see Noelle. She's another person I definitely want to meet too one day, is Noelle. Because she seems like a really cool person. Ooh, dropkick on. Let me see this. Ooh, that was a Rainmaker! And the fans are going, come on, Takeshita. I picked Takeshita to win. Come on, Takeshita. Drop kick. But he flinched. He did not flinch. Ooh, that was a quick count out. She is beautiful, Jeffrey. Always good to see Noelle. Come on, Takeshita. And this is the match that I wanted at All In Wembley Stadium, but I guess they could settle. I guess I could settle in New York. I may be a little behind than some people, but just don't give me any spoilers because I am a little behind because I know I've had buffering issues since I'm watching on HBO Max. Blue Thunder Bomb. Come on, let's finish this. 2, 3. That's it. That's it. Your winner and new AEW International Champion, Konosuke Takeshita. He finally got a victory. I'm very nervous. Shout out to our mayor, Said, for in the chat. I don't know, Said. I mean, this is the second match of the night. We got to see how the other matches go because we have the Owen Hart Cup Men's Tournament. We got the ladies. I know, But hold on, this is our second match. But congratulations to Takeshita. He won it. But I think Don Callis is really gonna stab him in the back because he didn't panic, but he looked very cool and collected. And I did said this earlier that he's gonna stab him in the back. And also with the fact too, Kyle Fletcher is still injured. So how is that going to look like when Kyle comes back? I'm just saying. But congratulations to Konosuke Takeshita on winning the AEW International Championship. So happy for him. It's going to be very interesting. Shout out to Eddie Foster in the chat. I'm so happy. And this is our second match of the night. This is our second match. Well, here comes the rest of the Don Callis family. We know, as I mentioned, Mark Davis is going to be in Stadium Stampede later tonight. So it looks like Don Callis wants them to shake hands after a hard-hitting match. I am a little behind. So please don't give me these spoilers because I am a little behind because I did have a little buffering issues. But Takeshita, man, it looks like he's a little bit alone with the Don Callis family. But here comes the protostar, Kyle Fletcher. He's coming back from a meniscus injury because obviously, of course, we knew he had to withdrew the TNT championship after suffering an injury from Collision. But here comes Kyle Fletcher, the protostar. Yeah, Kyle Fletcher. It's gonna be very interesting, and I said this too. Yeah, I'm very curious what Kyle's going to do. And I said this. Is he going to be with the person that's with Takeshita? They've been there together? Or is it going to be Okada? Who is Kyle going to see? Because we know Kyle Fletcher and Takeshita have a friendship. But we shall see because it's a little bit of trouble in paradise in the Don Callis family. But as I mentioned, we will see Mark Davis later tonight on Stadium Stampede. It's going to be very interesting. You knew it was going to climax to this. But Okada stepping out the ring. We see the rest of the Don Callis family disperse. What's Kyle going to do here? Because they were the first two people to be inserted in the Don Callis family when it first started. Because after Will Ospreay left, we shall see. But they hugged it out because they were the two people that started in the Don Callis family. But curious to see if Kyle is 100%. Or he just wants to make a visit to see Takeshita. It's kind of curious to see. Is he gonna... But like I said, Kyle, he tore his meniscus and he had to give up the TNT title. Whoa! Well, you kind of knew that was gonna happen. we kind of knew that, Jeffrey. And I kind of said this too earlier. Is Kyle gonna be with Takeshita or is he gonna be with Okada? Well, I think we knew who is Takeshita's first opponent. We knew what his first. I guess we know what Takeshita his first opponent is going to be for the International Championship, which I think it'll help. Woo! And I think this kind of sets up because I'm thinking of Wembley. And it actually can help Kyle Fletcher's heel skyrocket a bit because, I mean, it wasn't said, but you have to remember he is a little stiff because he came back, he tore his meniscus, and I guess he didn't want to tear everything else. So But it's going to be a really good rivalry. If they can do the similar playbook of Kyle versus Will Ospreay, this could be very interesting. Pink Panther just became a snake. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. Dynamite is going to be fire in Philadelphia because we're going to need a lot more. It's going to be a lot more questions than answers. But of course, the Don Callis family coming in. Well, but look at that. It's going to be very interesting because both want the international championship. Actually, Okada, you don't need to go for the international championship. Just go for the AEW world title. That's all Okada needs to do. Just go for the world heavyweight title. That's all he needs to do. Just Okada just needs to go for the AEW world title. He doesn't need to go for the international title. But I think it does create a segue because with Okada, it just felt like the bar was a little high because it's like outside of Takeshita, who you're gonna get as serious contenders. And I think, Jordan, be nice. He didn't do it to himself. It's just, Don Callis is a creep. You can't trust him. He is a snake. He's a liar. But I gotta come back. Shout out to Short King the Goat. We need some, and I said this a couple weeks ago in my watch along. We don't have many strong heels on the men's side. And also it's good that Kyle Fletcher is a strong heel because there's not that many. I know you love Takeshita, but I guess we now know Takeshita's first contender for that belt is Kyle Fletcher. If they can use a similar playbook they did with him versus Will Ospreay, I think they could really put on a really good story. And if it's not at Forbidden Door, I could see this match happening at Wembley. Just continue to build. Let it slowly simmer. It doesn't have to rush or anything. And also thinking about the big matches, like what matches do you want to see in Wembley Stadium? Like what matches are going to steal the show? But Dr. Sampson is checking on Takeshita, and I'm not going to lie. If you're strong enough to wear pink, that is very true. That is very, very true. But somewhat congratulations to Takeshita after getting that beatdown from Kyle. Obviously, of course, we are going to see the remaining members of the Don Callis family at Stadium Stampede, Mark Davis and Andrade. But now we kick off the Owen Hart Cup Tournament with the ladies. The forever Ring of Honor Women's Champion Athena and Mina Shirokana. This is going to be a good match. Rematch from Ring of Honor, Death Before Dishonor. Which that was a banger of a match, by the way, too. And I was very happy that I got to attend it. But happy to see some ladies in action. And I think it'll be good. But it'll give a lot of cooling off after what happened a couple minutes ago. But if you're hanging out with me, your timeless elite, your PR princess, I am with you for Double or Nothing. It is a sold-out show in New York. And even though I didn't get access to media scrums, I was going to give you a watch-along with coverage either way. So I'm happy that you guys are tuning with me on the call. And the chat is like explosive. It is explosive right now after what happened a couple minutes ago. We kicked off with the AEW Tag Team titles in an I Quit match. We have new AEW Tag Team champions, Edge and Christian. Yes, I call them Edge and Christian. I'm not calling them Cage and Cope. I'm not calling them that. But they are the new AEW Tag Team champions. We did see we have a new AEW International Champion, Takeshita and Okada. But unfortunately, Kyle Fletcher came back and he stabbed him in the back. And of course, Don Callis always has something up his sleeve. But it's going to be very interesting because, as I said, the remaining Don Callis family members will be participating in Stadium Stampede. But Dynamite's going to be a little bit fire when they come to Philadelphia. But here comes Miss Mina Shirokana. Yeah, Bozo, like I said, you can't attend them all, but you got to make lemons into lemonade. And like I said, I'm going to be on site for Dynamite in Philadelphia, so I'm excited. I always love it when wrestling comes to Jersey or Philadelphia, because it is a must. And it's going to be a hot, hot summer when it comes to wrestling, because we have not just AEW, we have TNA coming to town, we have NWA, we have MLW coming into town. So there is a lot of wrestling happening, and I am excited. I love it when they come to the East Coast because it's always super fun. But oh, she did change her music. I remember she did. And I remember she did change her music at Ring of Honor, Supercard of Honor, when they did her entrance. But here's the forever Ring of Honor Women's Champion. And she's looking fabulous as ever. Same thing with Mina. Well, so far, the match of the night contender so far is Takeshita and Okada. It's going to be very interesting. Because so far, it's match of the night so far. But let's see how the other matches play out. Because I could see any of the Owen Hart Cup tournaments. I wouldn't say blow it out the water. But it could equally. Yeah, I know, Jeffrey. I remember she changed her music when I was watching Ring of Honor Supercard of Honor. Which, by the way, it was a good, solid show. And congratulations to Athena and all the ladies that participated in Ring of Honor Survival for the Fittest for the AEW Ring of Honor Women's World Championship match. It was a banger of a match. If you have not seen it, please go see the replay of it. It is so good. But this is a rematch from Ring of Honor. Death Before Dishonor. Put in the chat on who you guys got winning this thing and advancing. Do you have Mina or do you have the Fallen Goddess, the forever Ring of Honor Women's Champion? Women's match is not even right, Jeffrey? It's not even 9:30. But I feel like if you're gonna give the same time and amount of energy to the men, you got to make sure the women get equal opportunity as well. So I'm hoping either for this match and the Fatal 4-Way match, because I feel like that Fatal 4-Way match is gonna be fire. I feel like these ladies are definitely going to be even. But it's definitely going to be a good match. These two ladies know each other super, super well. Super well. And after this, after the ladies Owen Hart Cup, we have both men's matches for the Owen Hart Cup. As I mentioned, we have Stadium Stampede, which that's going to be a little bit chaotic. I'm very curious if they're going to use music this time, because I was having flashbacks from Stadium Stampede during 2020 in the pandemic in Jaguar Stadium. Yeah, I know. I think the ladies, and it kind of sucks too. So if you have not been following on my watch along, it was supposed to be Alex Windsor taking on Willow Nightingale. But if you did watch Dynamite and were with me in the watch along, due to her shoulder injury, Willow not only had to relinquish the TBS title, she had to withdraw from the Owen Hart Cup tournament. And that's why we have this match right here. And Alex Windsor is going to be facing off against a wild card. Now, we don't know who the wild card is. It could be Mercedes. It could be somebody we haven't seen in a while. Maybe Nyla Rose. Also, with the fact, too, it could be somebody from either Ring of Honor or New Japan or Stardom we haven't seen in a while. And I kind of said it, too. It could be... it could be Marina Shafir in the wild card as well. I would not sleep on that. Especially with the fact, too, her and Alex did meet in a match at Dynasty 0 Hour. And with the fact her man is somewhat involved with the Death Riders, that could lead a lot of segues into that. But we shall see on that. I'm very curious on who's going to face my gal, Alex Windsor. But going back to this match between Mina and Athena, I think these ladies are going to Oh, I'm looking at the tweets. Proto Shida is dead. I'm laughing at these tweets. I'm looking at these tweets that are on the pay-per-view. Proto Shida is dead. I think it's going to be Proto Okada. Oh, boy. That could be a possibility, Boza. Because I was thinking about this too for Wildcard. I said, if it's not Mercedes, it could be Marina Shafir. And especially with the fact too, with Will, the Death Riders. Then you throw in the Ops, which is super interesting as well. But also, even though we didn't get Anarchy in the arena for Double or Nothing, we may get Anarchy in the arena for Forbidden Door. I'm just saying, we could get it for Forbidden Door. That could be a possibility. And look at the strength. There's a reason why. Athena is the forever Ring of Honor champion. There's a reason. Quick kick out. Yeah. It could make sense, even though we did see a little bit of tension between Will Ospreay and one of the members from United Empire, if you've been following New Japan socials. But hopefully they get straightened out. And we'll see how this progresses, especially with Will being in the tournament. Oh, that was a nice... Mina's trying to get a counter in. I know, it's very hard. Yes, she can. She can sell herself quickly. Like I said, if you have not seen Survival of the Fittest for the Ring of Honor Women's title, for Ring of Honor Supercard of Honor, please go see that match. It was a really good match. I do love Mina's makeup. She looks so adorable in it. Yeah, we're not going to blame Athena. It's just creative. It's not focusing a lot on Ring of Honor. And they do got some good stuff on Ring of Honor. And also with the fact, too, Athena did carry Ring of Honor on her back and had people talking about it. Can't knock her for that. But... And that's something I wouldn't mind doing. And I think something TK said this on Friday. I think it was either Friday or Wednesday. We talked about this. I think it's just a matter of trust, like who Athena thinks like can carry Ring of Honor. Oh man, that was a nice move by Athena. Mina. I will say Mina is not playing around. And I think after Memorial Day, I think I may post an article this week because Detective Courtney is still trying to figure out who attacked Timeless Tony Storm. And I have a few people in mind that did it to the Timeless one. I do have a few people in mind. But I think I have an idea for an article this week. I know Jordan from Canada, Kenny, Ospreay, Swerve, all on the same pay-per-view. It's I would say it's kind of like Christmas, but actually no. The crazy part about it is you have Jericho, the Young Bucks, and Kenny all on the same team. And they were on opposite teams. Crazy. The last time Stadium Stampede happened, they were on opposite teams. Oh, that was a nice counter by Athena. I will say she is selling that knee. I just hope it's not too serious. But Athena's putting in. Ooh, this is where she can be a little bit dangerous. And there's a reason why she's the forever Ring of Honor Women's Champion. And it's hard to believe this is our third match. I would not be shocked after this match in particular. One of the men's matches was after this. I would not be shocked at all. I mean, you gotta give credit to Athena. With that bad leg and all, she is putting it in there. Was the other... Yes, Jeffrey, you said this many times. But also, there's many other enemies that Tony has that people don't know outside of Mina. I'm putting Hikaru Shida in there because Hikaru Shida is one of Tony's rivals. And they've had a very unique rivalry in a way. So Hikaru Shida could be one. You could also put Camille in this. There's a few other ladies. I'm not going to put Marina Shafir in there only because she's with John most of the time. And I don't think John is the kind of person that would even, well, he could, but I guess it depends because he has other things he got to do. That is true. As I said, Mercedes could, but only if she did pay somebody. But I do think it's Shida, Mina. Oh, look, Mina's putting that submission hold in. Oh, yeah, Luther could do it too. Luther was a little bit jealous when Tony was hanging out with Orange Cassidy. If anybody didn't pay attention, that could be another one, Luther. That could actually be a good, serious one. But Athena held on to the bottom ropes. Ooh, exactly. If she pays somebody to do it, then that would be believable. It's hard to believe. This is match number 3. Ooh, with the forearm Mina gave. And, Luther did. Well, yeah, I mean, Luther could have a hand in it. Oh, man. There's a reason why and I said this, there's a reason why she's a forever Ring of Honor champion. And she wants to end this thing. What's she going to do here? And your winner is Miss Athena. You think Athena was going to lose in the first round? But she advances. She advances. She wants her coveted belt. Love Athena. Still love. See, Jeffrey, you love all the women. You love Athena. You love Mina. You love Megan Bain. You're happy to see your girl Anna Jay back because Ty J is back. And they won tag team gold. But Athena is advancing in the women's Owen Hart tournament. We do see it. So it'll be Sky Blue. And I hope I say her name right because she is from New Japan. Sari. Yep, Sari. Sari from Stardom. Stardom, New Japan. So that's who Athena will face next. Also, I've noticed on the Narcs of the world were kind of trashing the Owen Hart Cup Women's Tournament because there wasn't quote unquote star power. I kind of did disagree on that because it is a good opportunity to include your partners, New Japan, Stardom, and CMLL. And especially because you have Forbidden Door coming up and you work with them, it does give an opportunity for people to learn more about them. And it also creates opportunity. Now, of course, you don't have some of the other ladies that are competing for the AEW women's title. You don't have Mercedes and everything else. But it's a good opportunity to reintroduce people to the women's division in CMLL, New Japan, and Stardom, which AEW has done a solid job of creating vignettes for. So I'm not going to complain. And in that way, too, we could get people from Ring of Honor. So the sky is the limit. But we'll say more on that. But up next is, I know, exactly, Jeffrey. They don't have to. They can rely on women. And also, the pay-per-view is Forbidden Door. You're working with Stardom and New Japan. So it's a good opportunity to include those women, especially some women that may not compete. But speaking of which, Jon Moxley, Kyle O'Reilly for the AEW Continental Championship. And of course, his conglomerates, they're backstage helping out with Kyle. Orange Cassidy with his backpack. But here the conglomerate. I love Orange Cassidy. That's why he's my guy. He's just so cool with the shiz, but don't piss him off in the ring. But here comes Kyle O'Reilly. And yes, Jeffrey, the one and only good old JR is on commentary. And it's always so happy to see him. Always happy to see JR back on commentary side. It's always a treat. I think Boza, regarding the men, I think they did have some men that they could work with. And it's also a good opportunity for them. Me too. But happy to see Kyle O'Reilly. This is probably Kyle O'Reilly's second big marquee matchup on a pay-per-view. Actually, third big marquee matchup on a pay-per-view. The first one, of course, was him versus Roderick Strong for the AEW International Championship at Dynasty. It was like 2 years ago. Then, of course, he faced off against Jon Moxley a full year last November. And yeah, this is his third big marquee pay-per-view match. He's going up against one of the top guys in AEW, the ace, I call him, Jon Moxley. Can Kyle? We've already had 2 title changes. Could we get number 3? I'm going to keep saying it. Dean Ambrose is a face. I know, right? But here comes Mr. Mox with Marina Shafir. I call her second in command because when you really think about it, she is kind of second in command. She really is, if you really think about it. She's the second person in command. Because who does John go to the most? Marina. And he was the one that brought her into AEW. That is true. Continental rules. Everyone is banned from ringside. You can't have the Death Riders. You can't have the conglomeration. Everyone is banned. And of course, Renee, she's doing her sideline reporting on this match, obviously involving her husband. But we have seen her do sideline reporting. But he goes, that is very true. He goes home to Renee and their wonderful daughter. And Father's Day is coming up. So, you know, he's a dad. So Father's Day is coming up. But there's Renee. She's doing her side. It's always nice that she's doing sideline reporting. She did it for the AEW International Championship, and I love it. And I'm sure we'll probably see her a little bit later during the Owen Hart Cup men's matches, one of the matches. Yep, that is true, Boza. Marina is second in command. And it's crazy because people think Claudia and Pac. I'm like, no. It's Marina Shafir. She's second in command. Best. Oh, man. Best Shield member versus best. Well, yeah. Well, I don't know. Well, by the way, make sure to go check out our debate that we had on the Shield. It was like a year ago. And I think a lot of us, because myself, Honey, Will said, and Professor, we all chipped in. And I think I went with Mox, Said went with Mox. Obviously, Honey went with her tribal chief, Roman Reigns. I forget who did with Seth, but I think there was 1 or 2 people that did pick Roman, and I think we picked Mox. But of course, Honey's not going to forgive me for this because there's a reason why they call me the half-point assassin, because it was a half a point that was between Mox and Roman, and she's not going to forgive me for this. So make sure to check out that debate. It was a fun debate. I was very happy I got to be a part of it. Obviously, of course, representing Mox. That was really fun. But up next, we have the AEW Continental Championship. No time limit. Jon Moxley, Kyle O'Reilly. We've already had 2 title changes. Could we have a title change number 3? if we have a title change number 3, I'm going to lose it. I really am going to lose it because I don't think that's ever happened. But here we go. Jon Moxley, Kyle O'Reilly. I will say, since John won the title, I mean, of course, he faced off against Takeshita. He faced off against Mark Davis, Josh Alexander, many people. But I do love that they're bringing this rivalry into fold because with the fact, too, Kyle does have 2 wins. You win your half a point. Yes, Jeffrey, honey's not going to forgive me for that. So make sure to check out our Shield debate that we did. I think it was like a year or 2 ago we did it. It was fun, though. But here we go. Mox, Kyle. That is true. He brought a lot of credibility to this title because he wants people that are hungry for competition. He wants people to really bring out the future because John can't wrestle forever. So it's a good opportunity to bring people in who are going to be the future for AEW. And many people challenge him, from Mark Davis, Josh Alexander, Ace Austin, Anthony Bowens, Shelton Benjamin, Takeshita. A lot of people. Now, who's going to be I'm pretty sure him and Kyle will probably continue this rivalry because with the fact, too, you have Will Ospreay teaming up with the Death Riders. So it's going to be very interesting how that plays out. But like I said, no time limit on this. There has to be a clear winner. Obviously, of course, John wants the best out of everybody who challenges it. And it's interesting because there are times he's a babyface, but then he just goes, but then the rest of the Death Riders are heels. So it's kind of like a twofold a bit. But I think he's really trying to bring the instant killer. So does that mean Roddy second? I don't know about that. That'll be very interesting. Roddy second in command with Marina? I don't know. Maybe. That would be pretty funny. Roddy, that's really funny, Jeffrey. But Kyle is really putting it. Do not sleep on him because he can put on submission holds, submission techniques. Do not sleep on it. And I was actually there in person when he made Jon Moxley tap out at Full Gear last November. And it was awesome. And it really sucks because he was supposed to be in the Continental Championship. But unfortunately, he couldn't because of injury. And I do hope he be's a part of it. He doesn't know what he wants to be healed. I know. It's like with Mox. It's like, I don't know. But Kyle, I would love to see Kyle be part of this year's Continental Classic later this year. I do think he is deserving of a spot, even though he didn't get injured. We see Marina more times than Roddy. Oh man! Well, we did see Roddy tonight. We did see him last Wednesday on Dynamite. I mean, we did see a little bit more of Roddy with the conglomeration. I think being in the conglomeration has helped both Roddy and Kyle, and also since he's joined the conglomeration, Kyle has shown a lot of personality. He's shown a lot of personality and is really showcasing that other side of him. Where even though like sometimes he can be funny, but he also really can beat the crap out of you with his moves. So I kind of do like that. One of the perks of the conglomeration. And they've been around for more than a year, which is awesome. And you need a top faction babyface, and the conglomeration's it. And also with the fact too, we're still waiting on Tomohiro Ishii, because I think he's injured, but we shall see in that. I know Hologram is still injured. We just have to see when he's going to return. And then of course, Willow Nightingale, she's injured. But Harley Cameron is holding it down. She's holding it down for Willow when she gets back. So at least they have a female companion for the conglomeration. That makes sense. But Kyle, he's on fire. He said, I'm not taking no crap. Hey, listen. Jon Moxley said you got to bring the instant killer in you. And of course, he's going to give him the finger slap in the face. He's kicking him in his knees. I mean, hey. John said you got to bring the instant killer. Ooh, that has to hurt. Kyle's knee hit that metal ring post, and that has to hurt. And that is what John wants. But at the same time, he wants some of the opponents that he's had since he's been Continental champion. He wants that instant killer. He really wants them to really go for it. And I think that's what he's doing with Will Ospreay, is trying to find that instant killer of his and be that aerial assassin that he needs to be. I mean, that's kind of, I mean, at first I didn't get it, but I do understand what John is doing. I understand. And especially when him and Will Ospreay did that promo after the Death Riders somewhat kidnapped him, I understand why. And even since John's been Continental champion, he wants to bring the best out of every wrestler and pick out who can lead the charge, who can be the future for AEW. Because sooner or later, you're not going to have John. You're not going to have John. You're not going to have Kenny. You're not going to have the Young Bucks. You're not going to have Swerve, Mercedes, or Tony around for much longer. So this is where you kind of have to figure out who is going to be part of the future and who do you want to step up to the plate. That's kind of like the long game. And that's what I think John is trying to figure out in a way. Yep, pretty much. He's playing the long game. He is playing long game, and it's going to be very interesting, especially with this tournament. And I did pick him to win and go on to be AEW World Champion, because that's going to be very interesting. And I think people need to pay attention to this. But I think some people did pick Mox, some people picked Kyle. But like I said, if you did not put in your prediction in the chat, feel free to put in the chat on who you got winning this match. Do you have Jon Moxley retaining, or do you think we're going to get a new champion with Kyle? He's going to be an awesome old man. Yes, he will. A bald, awesome old man. But it was really cool that Jon Moxley appeared with Marina Shafir when she did a match on the independent scene. Oof. Jon Moxley is definitely targeting that knee. Right now, Kyle's yeah, Jeff, Kyle is in the worst way. After getting a kick from that metal ring post, which really, really hurts, John is taking advantage. Oh, Jeffrey, you're picking Moxley. I think a few people did pick Moxley. Jordan from Canada picked Moxley. I feel like I'm the only person that picked Kyle in this match. And I did. I mean, I feel like this is a serious contender that is equal to Mox. And with the fact, too, he did beat him twice. But John's got Kyle in a submission hold. Yeah, why do you always have to play? That's just his nature, Jeffrey. He likes to bite people. He likes to bite people, get scratches on the back. That's just who he is as a person. That's just who he is. That's just who he is. I can't knock him for that. He bites people. Swerve bites people. Darby bites people. I mean, come on. We already saw what happened in the I Quit match, tag team match, which, well, we've seen some interesting stuff. We saw some flyers. We saw many things. Kyle's really, I will say, Kyle is a trooper. He's very much a trooper. Also, I'm checking out to see what's happening on socials. I'm checking to see what's happening on socials too, because it's very interesting. Oof, Kyle's fighting, but John, I wouldn't want to be there. I know, right? That's funny. So that's referee Paul Turner. So I have a feeling the referee for the main event, maybe Bryce. Both of these men are putting on a clinic with each other. And yes, Jordan from Canada. Kyle is putting on a good match. So far, our match of the night contender is Takeshita and Okada. So far. But like I said, we got some other matches happening. I mean, we had the Forever Ring of Honor Women's Champion Athena advancing into the Owen Hart Cup Women's Tournament. We have the AEW Continental Championship, Jon Moxley, Kyle O'Reilly, no time limit. There has to be a winner. Obviously, of course, we have Stadium Stampede. We have both Owen Hart Cup Tournament for the men. Will Ospreay, Samoa Joe, Swerve Strickland, and Bandito. We have the AEW Women's Championship match, and I'm hoping all four ladies put on a clinic, because I would love it to be the second match of the night that people talk about. I know Okada and Takeshita, but I would love for the Fatal 4-Way to be another most talked about match. And then we have the main event. We have 5 matches left. We only have 5. Where has the time gone? We have 5. And it's only 9:38. But Kyle O'Reilly, he's almost putting that submission hold in. Oh my God. If John taps out here, Jordan from Canada saying, don't you dare tap. If he taps, I am going to laugh. I'm going to laugh because this will be the 3rd time he tapped. Kyle's putting on that submission hold. I'm just laughing at John's facial expressions when Kyle's doing submission holds on him. Yeah, I think we have 5 because we have Stadium Stampede, Ospreay versus Samoa Joe, Swerve versus Bandito, Fatal 4-Way, and the main event, Darby and MJF. We have 5 matches left. Wow. 5. We might get it's a possibility, Jeffrey. We may. We may. It's a possibility. Find the fight in you. I know Jordan from Canada is rooting for Jon Moxley. That's what you want. That's what we want in this chat. We want everybody to root for where they want to, but also be very respectful. Like I said, Kyle O'Reilly, he's beaten John twice. I'm pretty sure the 3rd time is going to be the hardest. But Kyle has been putting up a fight. But like I said, so far we have a match of the night candidate, Takeshita and Okada. But I have a feeling if there's going to be a second one, I have a feeling it's going to be one of the men for the Owen Hart Cup. I feel like Swerve and Bandito is going to put on a clinic, and I'm hoping the Fatal 4-Way match for the AEW Women's title puts on a clinic. Those 2 matches. Get this stuff. Ooh, Kyle put a stomp on the Moxley. Taking a page out of the Shield playbook. Taking a page out of the Shield. Get this no play. Yes, don't jinx it, Jeffrey. I know so far we haven't seen Moxley bleed, but let's not jinx it. Man, he took a playbook out of Seth Rollins with that stomp. That's really funny. That is really, really funny. But I know people like I said, I know people will say Takeshita and Okada will be match of the night, but I would not be shocked if Swerve and Bandito put on a clinic. And the Fatal 4-Way match for the AEW Women's title. I feel like those two matches should put on a clinic. Ooh, nice close up by Mox. Now he's irate. He's mad. He's angry. He's bald. But what do you expect by Mox? And I think they both push each other. Double clothesline! And look at the crowd on their feet. They are on their feet clapping. I'm happy these guys are putting on a clinic. And if I had to pick a sleeper match of the night, this would probably be my sleeper match. This would be my sleeper match of the night. Yeah, the crowd has been great. It's New York. First time they're ever hosting Double or Nothing. And as I mentioned earlier in the program, the guy in the front... I know, right? The guy in the front... People in the front row are loving this. And that's what you want. You want the fans... I can't stand it when people have their phones out. Because if you're in the front row, you got to be engaged. Like, put your phone away. You're in real life. But look at Mox and Kyle. These guys are going at it. And as I mentioned at the top of the hour, AEW Double or Nothing is sold out. It is completely sold out. Nada. You ain't going to get a ticket. It is sold out. Oh, excuse me. Mox and Kyle are really putting on a clinic. That's why I am going to pick this as sleeper match of the night for me. These guys are just really putting it. And I love it. And I think this is what Jon Moxley wants as Continental Champion. He wants people to really bring out the best in him. That's why he's calling for challengers. He wants to see who can take it to the next level and lead the future in AEW when he's not around, when the Young Bucks aren't around, when Kenny's not around. They'll all be gone. This is more of a wrestling. Exactly. This is more wrestling and technique. That's why I'm picking this as sleeper. But Jon Moxley, he's putting that submission hold on to Kyle. Ooh, and Kyle. And Kyle, he's putting on submission hold. And he is. Lord, if he makes John tap out for the third time, I'm going to lose it. I really am going to lose it if he does. It's John. But oh my God. Now both have submission holds on each other. Which one is going to give out? Which one is going to submit? Who? Quick kick out by John. But John's holding on to that submission hold on the Kyle. Kyle's trying to break free out of it. Oh my goodness. And Kyle, he's trying to find the ropes. Come on, Kyle. I know. I love this match, but I picked Kyle to win. Come on, Kyle. No. Please don't tap, please. Oh, I guess he didn't have a choice. I guess there was no way to do it. He did tap, and I guess you got to give Moxley the win. So still AEW Continental Champion is Jon Moxley. He's still the champ. So congratulations to him. He's still the champ. He's continuing his reign as Continental Champion. Cal had to save his reign. Yeah, he did. He had to save his leg because I don't want him re-injured again. So he did have to tap, and I don't blame him for that. He just couldn't hold on to the ropes, but I understand. But John's holding on to his leg as well, and that's been bothering him for quite a while, even during the Continental Classic. But here come members of the Death Riders coming in, and like I said earlier, they've had a victory. Obviously, Claudio's going to be in the tournament against Brody King, so we'll see Claudio in the tournament. But here comes the rest of the conglomeration coming in. Mark, Roddy, Orange, helping out Kyle. It's really interesting because I feel like anytime Will John ever get? I'm hoping he gets a vacation. I hope so. Well, Kyle's trying to get up. I hope he does. Well, John's coming in, so I think he wants to shake his hand. And I guess he did see potential in Kyle. He shook that man's. Well, I guess he did see potential, so I guess he wants to shake his hand. So, yay! Yay, he shook his hand! Yay! See, at least this is kind of real. Well, congratulations to John. Shaking hands with Kyle. That's what you want in wrestling. Shake people's hands. And, of course, Jon Moxley's supposed to say, I'm the king. I'm the champ. Question is, who's going to be the next person to step up for the AEW Continental Championship? Jeffrey, he will get that vacation. It's just a matter of time of when. But who's going to be the next person to step up against Jon Moxley? Well, we're just going to have to find and see. As I mentioned earlier, the Death Riders picked up the victory against the Ops. Claudio Castagnoli will be facing off against Brody King in the tournament. And speaking of the Owen Hart Cup men's tournament, and Will Ospreay, he will be facing off against Samoa Joe. And that is going to be a clinic. I know so far match of the night has been Okada versus Takeshita, but one of these men's matches could put on a clinic. And obviously, of course, with Will Ospreay finding alliance with the Death Riders, of course, Samoa Joe and the Ops have other issues to do with. So it's interesting how the Ops are kind of like feuding with the Death Riders a bit. It's interesting to watch. And as I mentioned earlier in the show, during the pre-show, we had the Ops take on the Death Riders. But it's going to be very interesting how this is going to progress. And they're showing the promo of the Owen Hart Cup Women's Tournament. But since they're doing like a quick follow-up of this, I do want to take a little short break because I want to talk about a cool new initiative we have on Women's Wrestling Talk, and it's the Women's Wrestling Archive that our boss lady TK Trinidad created because we celebrate the past, the present, and the future of women's wrestling.
Women's wrestling didn't just show up yesterday in glitter boots. We've been here the entire time, body slamming through history.
The Women's Wrestling Archive launches 2026, and it's going to pave the way for all women's wrestling.
Because if we don't document it, a man might think he did it first.
This has been a passion project for a very long time. Head over to the womenswrestlingarchive.com to donate 1, 5, or whatever you can. It all goes a long way.
Let's give these women the spotlight that they've always deserved.
Her story belongs in history. Help us preserve it today. Join us at womenswrestlingarchive.com. Support the archive. Support women's wrestling. Donate today.
Support the Women's Wrestling Archive. Any support helps. Just in time because we get to see Mr. Will Ospreay. And that's who I picked. I said this before the end of last year. Will Ospreay is going to be World's Heavyweight Champion at Wembley Stadium. And I've been saying this since last year. But look at the fans. They're chanting, Ospreay, Ospreay. Could you imagine him going back to his home country? I mean, we did see it before. But just in the main event, chanting, Ospreay, Ospreay. look at Jon Moxley. I thought he left. But it looks like the Death Riders are close by checking out this match, obviously, because, like I said, the Death Riders earlier faced off against members against the Ops. So they'll be paying attention to this match. He's just waiting on his opponent, Samoa Joe. Look at that. Look at this reaction. And here comes Samoa Joe. I feel like any pro wrestling promotion that you go to, they're going to chant Samoa Joe's name, regardless. Well, Jordan, his nickname, Will Ospreay, is an aerial assassin. But since he aligned himself with the Death Riders, they're trying to revert him or convert him into a serious killer or as an aerial assassin. Because I think with the training that he's doing with the Death Riders, it could go back to what he normally said. He is an aerial assassin. And also, if you want to destroy the Death Riders, you have to do it from inside. Will Ospreay didn't waste no time. What the heck? He did not waste any time, but here we go. We have Will Ospreay, Samoa Joe. The first one of two matches for the Owen Hart Cup Men's Tournament. Feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got winning this thing. Do you have Samoa Joe or do you have Will Ospreay advancing in this match? Will Ospreay did not waste any time. Yeah, he did not waste any time. He was just like, boop. But I feel like these guys are definitely going to put on a clinic with each other. And like I said, we only have 4 matches left. We have Swerve versus Bandino, Stadium Stampede, the AEW Women's title, and the main event. So we have 4 matches after this. Oh my God, that is a record, and it's almost 10 o'clock. I'm not going to jinx it, but it's almost 10. It would be crazy if we... I know, Jeffrey, you have concerns about Will. I'm rooting for Will to be okay. That's important too. You want to make sure Will Ospreay is okay. And I think he's going to use some of the techniques he learned from the Death Riders. But I think the only... And it's crazy that he's starting to earn that. He's starting to earn some trust with most of the members of the Death Riders. Obviously, of course, Pac doesn't trust him, which is understandable. Ooh, that was a nice move, but of course, Samoa Joe put his submission hold in. And where's he taking him? Man, he's he's trying to get Ospreay. Yikes! The back of his neck. Yikes! Oh boy. And he just got cleared. He just came back. He just slammed his neck. Yes, it's nice to see Taz back in commentary too. We saw Nigel, we heard from JR, and now we're hearing from Taz. I know, Jeffrey. It's hard to watch, and it's kind of crazy too. Next month, Will Ospreay's getting married. He's getting married. Him and Alex Windsor are getting married next month. It's got to make sure that he's ready. Oh, and of course, Samoa Joe loves to be violent. He loves to be violent. You're doing it right before that man gets married next month. Hopefully, he's 100%. I'm just hoping he's 100% healthy right before he gets married. Hold on, give me 1 second. Had to turn down my TV just a little bit. Please, we don't see Will wearing Yes, Jeffrey. I don't want to see it happen either. The man's getting married next month to Alex Windsor. And it's crazy. They're getting married right before New Japan has their event. But the fans are chanting for Will Ospreay. And it's crazy. We're going to have 2 weddings in June. Obviously, Will Ospreay and Alex Windsor. And we found out in one of the interviews Darby Allin did, he's getting married next month on my birthday, by the way. Darby Allin is finally getting hitched. I love it. I love to see. And it's funny because when I tell people Darby's engaged and married, it's like someone married him. And even my brother, because when I told him this, they were like, who would marry that freak? I said, well, he has a story on how he met his soon-to-be wife. He kept that low key, Boza. I don't know who's crazy. He kept that. No, but in all seriousness, he kept that low key. And it's actually somebody that he knew from high school. And they stopped talking to. They were talking for a little bit, but they weren't. And I think they started talking again because she was aware that he was doing wrestling and all. So they went out together, and then it just kind of blossomed from there. And I'm happy he did. He kept that low key. But yeah, Darby Allin's getting married next month on my birthday. Good for him. Good for him. And I was happy his fiance was in the audience when he won the title. That was really awesome. When there's a will, there's an Ospreay. Oh, buddy. Yes, when there's a will, there's an Ospreay. Yeah, but we got 2 big weddings in AEW next month. Obviously, Will Ospreay marrying Alex Windsor and Darby Allin getting married. Well, Will Ospreay, you got to focus on what's important. And I picked him. And I still am going to pick him to be AEW World Champion at Wembley Stadium. That's who I picked. One of my bold predictions. Ooh, that was a nice kick. Well, Ospreay did. I think, I hope so, Boza, because like I said, it's on my birthday. It's on my birthday, but you're right. Forbidden Door is the next day. And TNA Slammiversary is the next day. Yeah, Darby Allin's gonna get married at the end of June. We got some June weddings, but always. Oh, nice, Boza. WWE Rivals. I did see the commercial for WWE Rivals on WWE A&E. Quick kick out by Joe. They do have some good stuff on WWE Rivals and biographies of WWE legends on WWE A&E. So, and he says, I also want to say, Will Ospreay is my favorite performer on his roster, and I get goop bumps when he calls his corners during. I love it. It is good. Like, you have to see it to believe it. And Will Ospreay is just, and I actually did it. Like I said this many times. I did have the chance to meet Will Ospreay. He's very tall. I'm 5'2". Honey, see me in person. I'm 5'2", and he's very tall. But he's a very cool and awesome person. I was very happy I got to, even if it was 2 minutes, I was very happy I got to see him at WrestleCon last summer in New Jersey. Thankfully, we didn't have any issues that were happening in Vegas. Because, of course, what happened in Vegas was security and everything. And I didn't hear much troubling in New Jersey. And I think because there was a lot of security and they're right next to an airport. So that could be a thing, too. Because there was a lot of security when I was in WrestleCon, New Jersey, which was great. And I didn't hear any fusses about that. So that was very awesome to do. Well, Ospreay. Well, Samoa Joe's putting those kicks in, but Will Ospreay, he's just, I guess that's what happens when you train with the Death Riders. You have to get back up on your feet. That's what happens. I think the training with the Death Riders did help him. I'm not gonna lie. Samoa Joe throwing those punches. Yeah, he is. Ospreay. I mean, listen, I guess when you train with the Death Riders, that's what happens. Oh, absolutely. Oh, shit. Styles clash. Quick kick out by Joe. Well, Boza, he's not a member yet. It's kind of like an honorary member. Because remember, Pac doesn't trust him. Hidden Blade. Quick kick out by Joe. And I think with the Death Riders, with him allowing himself, he is being the aerial assassin that he said he was. And being the person to lead the charge in AEW. Oh, that was a nice counter by Samoa Joe. No, Boza, you're fine. Because some people tend to forget about that. I'm like, no, he's kind of an honorary member in a way. Because when you really think about it, exactly, Jeffrey, he's an undercover member. Because the one way to destroy the Death Riders is you have to get inside their mind and what makes them tick. And with the fact, too, we didn't have anarchy in the arena for Double or Nothing. We could have anarchy in the arena at Forbidden Door. That's a possibility. So it's going to be an interesting long play storytelling on where this is going to go. And also, pay attention to Jon Moxley's Continental Championship reign. Because it'll be very interesting to watch. Let's see. Ospreay is trying to put a submission hold on to Samoa Joe. Quick kick out by Ospreay, but Samoa Joe has a submission hold locked in. And I'm pretty sure members of the Ops are watching backstage. As I mentioned during the pre-show, members of the Death Riders beat the Ops. The Ops Hook, Shibata, and the newest member, my guy Anthony Bowens. Ooh, man. What's the move, Joe? Yeesh! Putting that submission hold locked in. Well, Ospreay's trying to get that rope in, but Samoa Joe has it locked in. You can tell by the look on Ospreay's face. It's like he's getting suffocated. He's really getting suffocated. Let me get a bottle of that. Jeffrey. Yeah, Jordan from Canada. We have pure bangers. It's hard to believe. Yeah. Uh-oh. 2 is Will Ospreay. No, he put his hand on the rope. I was going to say, do not let that man pass out. Please don't let him lose. And it's hard to believe, like I said, we only have 4 matches left. We have 4. Oh, boy. I'm very curious on what match is going to be next. I have a feeling the next match will probably be... I have a feeling the next match is going to probably be Stadium Stampede. Because that match is going to be chaos. Because I don't think you want to put it second to last. I don't think you want to put it second to last to the main event. But I would not be shocked if they... Yeah, we're leaving. Ooh, look at Ospreay. Burning Blade. That has to be it. And he has to do Hidden Blade again. Do it for the second time. Hidden Blade. 2, 3. And your winner is Will Ospreay. Will Ospreay is advancing in the Owen Hart Cup Men's Tournament. Now, wow. I made this bold prediction last year, right before the year ended. Will Ospreay is going to be AEW World Champion at Wembley Stadium. Congratulations to Will Ospreay. Congratulations to Athena for advancing. And we have one more match. I need Swerve. Honey, I was just saying that today and the other day. I said him and Swerve need to meet again. And I have a feeling they are during this tournament. As we see, Will Ospreay is going to be facing off against the winner of Mark Davis versus Jack Perry. Obviously, tonight we have Swerve Strickland against Bandino. That's going to be a clinic. And Claudio Castagnoli will be taking on Brody King. I have a feeling, shout out to Nathan Campbell in the chat. Happy you're back. That's why I have a feeling the next match is going to be probably Stadium Stampede. Because when you look at it, you have 4 matches left. You have the AEW Women's Championship in a triple threat. You also have Swerve and Bandino outside of Stadium Stampede. And you got the main event. So it has to. I mean, come on. You gotta manifest it. That's why I have a feeling him and Swerve gotta meet. Him and Swerve have to meet. Shout out to Frederick Cole in the chat. I'm happy you guys are joining with me for AEW Double or Nothing because your PR princess didn't get media scrum invites. So you know what? I decided I'm gonna do a watch along tonight for all of you. Oh, and speaking of the Owen Hart Cup Men's Tournament, we're not wasting any time. Swerve Strickland Bandino is happening right now. I thought Stadium Stampede was going to be next, but I think it's Courtney. Well, Boza, and also with the fact too, and I kind of said this on Dynamite, I kind of wish Kyle Fletcher was in it. If he wasn't injured, I would have loved to see Kyle Fletcher in that tournament. I was very surprised Kevin Knight wasn't in that tournament, even though he made a claim for it. I think Kevin Knight would have made a clinic. But yeah, they showed the promo between the most dangerous man in AEW against the most wanted. Oh, so Nathan Campbell. Yeah, we've had a very solid show. So Nathan Campbell, we do have AEW Tag Team Champions. We have AEW Tag Team Champions, Edge and Christian. They kicked off the show with the I Quit street fight. So nice to see Beth take out Stokely. It was wonderful to see. The scalp fooling his father. Well, it's just really hard because with the brackets, gotta. And also, here comes this. I'm happy Swerve's not dancing. I meant Swerve. Nah. I'm happy he's not dancing because Swerve is full heel. So I'm happy he is. And like I said, there's not that many strong heels on the men's side. And ooh, look at that jacket. And honey, you were spot on. The Michael Jackson jacket. And also, if you have not seen the Michael movie, please. It's actually a good, solid movie. I had the chance to watch it with my mom. Really good, solid movie. But we're seeing a lot of Michael Jackson references. It's going to be... I love the reference there, Jeffrey. Because last night, Jade and her baddies were smooth criminals and Saturday Night's main event. And now we're going to see Swerve, as Jeffrey said, beat it to Bandino. Alexa, if you know. Oh, man. Oh, that is funny. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Michael Jackson references over the weekend. I drank Prince Nana coffee when I drive. That is, and by the way, too, Prince Nana does have a coffee brand. So if you follow him on socials, make sure to check out his coffee. I heard it's pretty good. I wouldn't mind ordering his coffee. Yes, they look like smooth criminals last night. If you know, you know. But everybody's putting Michael Jackson references. I mean, they probably saw the movie, but obviously, of course, Michael has definitely been an influence in everybody's lives. Larger than life musician. Oh my goodness, there's gonna be so much Michael Jackson references happening between now and the main event. I would not be shocked during Stadium Stampede if they played a Michael Jackson song. I would not be. But here comes Bandito, and he got Brody King with him. He is a look at Bandito. He does look like Zorro. I said he was like the wrestling version of Zorro. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. And like I said, it's been over a year since Bandito has held the Ring of Honor World Championship. I know, it's crazy. The Michael movie, and I'm sure we're going to be plenty of references of Michael Jackson at the night. Like I said, I would not be shocked if there was a song playing during Stadium Stampede, which would be pretty funny. It would be kind of funny, especially with the fact because we are in Queens, New York. I would love for them to play like hip hop in that. Either like, it would be nice for them to do like a hip hop since they're in Queens, New York. It could be like Run DMC, A Tribe Called Quest, Nas. Like that's who I think of in Queens, New York. Because that would be hilarious. But here comes Bandito. As I call him, he is the Zorro of professional wrestling. But this is going to be a banger. We have our second and final qualifying match for the Owen Hart Cup Men's Tournament. Swerve Strickland taking on Bandito. This has been brewing for the last couple weeks because Swerve has been wanting Bandito, but he made his shocking appearance at Ring of Honor Supercard of Honor. But feel free to put in the chat on who do you want to see advance? Do you want to see Swerve or do you want to see Bandito advance? They should be Jeffrey, if they play a Michael, like I said, if they play a Michael Jackson song, want to be starting something? I'm not mad at it. No notes. Oh man. Well, I think we did our bold predictions. Myself, Boss Lady, and said, we did our bold predictions. I picked Swerve. I think I did pick. Yeah, I picked Swerve to win. Nice hurricanrana by Bandito. As I mentioned, he's held the Ring of Honor World Championship for a year. Go watch his match at Supercard of Honor against Blake Christian. I actually did like that match, and I love that they're showing some of the guys who stepped up to the plate. I prefer Swerve. There's some people that want Swerve to win. So, Nathan, just to let you know, Mick Foley, of course, made his debut. We did see the return of the Glamazon Beth Phoenix because she did help out her husband during the I Quit match. So happy to see her come back. And we got to see the proto-style Kyle Fletcher back. And unfortunately, he portrayed his former best friend, Konosuke Takeshita, who is the new AEW International Champion. To be like, major missed opportunity for Swerve Tights to be like MJ. I know. That just would have been spot on. Because I will say, Jade and the baddies, they were spot on when they did Smooth Criminal. It was just like, oh no. And look at Bandito. He's just shimmying. He's like, anything you could do, I can do better. Oh, man. So, Athena versus Mina got 11 minutes. They should have got 15, but hopefully the women's Fatal 4-Way get more than 11 minutes and at least get 15 or 20. Bandito is giving Vega from, oh my goodness, Street Fighter. Yeah, Bandito is giving that vibes. I would be shocked if he did the Macarena during the match too. Because I know he's been trying to get Brody King to do the Macarena. I would not be shocked if he did it during the match. But there's a reason. No, Nathan, we did not hear anything from the New Day because I know everybody wants to think the New Day, which is kind of crazy because Xavier Woods put out a post that apparently he was upset that somebody wore a Kenny Omega shirt. So, I don't know. So in the AEW for the AEW Women's Championship match in the Fatal 4-Way, we have Thekla. Who do you love? You love that toxic spider in Thekla. My gal Jamie Hayter, Hikaru Shida, and Kris Statlander. So that's going to be a fun match. And also Kris Statlander has some history with Double or Nothing because this is the pay-per-view that she won the TBS title against Miss Jade Cargill. But I think some people are going for Swerve. I did see a few people that are going for Bandino. I picked Swerve. I love Bandino, but it's just something about Swerve. It's like I need to see Will versus Ospreay. Thekla said, yeah, because you said, because anytime that somebody quit out, you would be like, get the raid. I think so, because like I said, you can tell the fans are so excited. Because as I mentioned when we kicked off the show, it is sold out, by the way. It is sold out. You kind of knew it was a hot ticket item. I feel like anytime AEW comes to like New York or anything else, it's always something of craziness that happens. I low-key, oh, Jeffrey. Yeah. Hope Kofi, oh my God, said is really manifesting the New Days coming to AEW. If they do, great. If they don't, I mean, hey, at the end of the day, you gotta respect whatever decision they have. But I'm very curious what Edge and Christian are gonna do since they're now champions. But it's gotta suck because obviously, of course, Jurassic Express is on hold because of Luchasaurus' injury. Quinn is injured from Private Party. The Outrunners are part of the Ring of Honor Trios champion, but I wouldn't mind seeing a match with them. I wouldn't mind, because there's a few tag teams that I would love to see Edge and Christian face. I would love for them to face off against the Gates of Agony. I would like for them to face off against the Infantry. What happened to Swerve? Where have you guys been? Would be great in TNA. Yeah, that too. Because TNA needs help in their tag team division. Because I know they have the Hardys, the Righteous, and the System. It just needs boosting. What's Swerve? Hey, man, he's been eating a lot of protein. And also with the fact, too, when he got injured by Okada, when he got injured after Okada, he went to the gym. He started working out because I know he posted on his socials like he was working. I just want to know what he eats. I want to know what is his workout secret. Because he was, if you saw some of the posts when he was making his return, the gym posts, he was starting to get jacked. Thank you, Nathan, for joining with us. Oh, look at Prince Nana doing a little bit of a shimmy, trying to mimic Bandino doing the shimmy. And yeah, Boza, like I said, I wouldn't mind seeing the Infantry get a shot with Edge and Christian. Walt Jordan from Canada, Swerve, and also, like I said, they need some strong heels for AEW. And yes, Young Bucks versus New Day with Cook, which is kind of crazy because if you go back to some of the old videos of the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega with the New Day, it started to pick up a little bit. And we thought it was going to happen in WWE, but it didn't. But this is wrestling. It's never say never. Plus, I wouldn't mind seeing the Young Bucks versus New Day in a match. I mean, it's kind of been brewing up for a bit. If you watch some of the past videos of their interactions, it's kind of funny to watch. I wouldn't mind it one bit. But this is where Swerve gets a little dangerous. But hard to believe. It's hard to believe we got 3 matches left. It still boggles my mind. We have 3 matches left and it's almost 10:30. That's just crazy. Jordan McKenna said Bandito wrestling with that HBK. Crazy. And you know it's crazy? When Bandito when he came back from injury, the fans just love him. The fans just really love him because he's representing the Ring of Honor World Heavyweight Champion. It's nice that he comes on to AEW with Dynamite. He's been wrestling, of course, in CMLL, defending the Ring of Honor World Championship. So it's nice to see Bandito. And that's why he's nicknamed the Most Wanted, because everybody wants him. He's the most targeted. Is he going to do the Macarena? But yeah. Yep, I've seen those videos, especially with, there you go, Jeffrey. Because like I said, if you look at the interaction between the New Day and the Elite, just a little sparkle. He's feeling froggy. Quick kick out by Swerve. I know a couple weeks ago, Will said he didn't want to see Swerve versus Darby, but I kind of want to see him versus Darby. Even if it's not for a belt, I'm not going to lie. Oh, absolutely, Boza. They ain't going to have a problem finding work. I wouldn't be shocked. I would not be shocked if they made an appearance at WrestleCon. Look at Swerve, man. Quick kick out by Bandito. Like I said, Boza, I would not be shocked if Kofi and Xavier came to WrestleCon in Minneapolis. Hold on, let me see. Prince Nana. Let me see. So I think you guys are a little bit faster than me. Because I know I've been having a little bit of buffer issues. And I'm watching this on HBO Max. But I guess everybody wants to watch. Let me see. Oh! Oh, wow. Oh my God. How did he do that? How did he do that? That is crazy. Well, hey, I mean, Swerve, man, that's crazy. Quick kick out by Bandito. Oh my God. They are putting on a clinic. You can see the fans in New York. They're just on their feet. Oh my God. It's like about, I can't even explain it. And they're showing the replay of it. It's like, I can't even. It's like a circus. It's like a circus balancing act. I'm pretty sure they had to practice this probably earlier before the show started. I'm sure they had to practice this. But the fans are chanting for Swerve. It's like a balancing. I'm trying to think of, I was thinking of a Michael Jackson song. I was thinking of a Michael Jackson song on this because that was crazy. I wasn't going to say Beat It, but there was another song that I had in mind. Because as Michael Jackson would say, Swerve is bad. It's bad. Oh my God. Alexa, play Bad by Michael Jackson. Because that's who he is. He's bad. Practicing it more than one time. Oh my God. If you did not see that move that Bandito did, oh my God. I know people say Takeshita and Okada, and I think said this in the chat, thinking that was smooth and it was. Yep. We're just gonna do Michael references for the rest of the night. We're gonna do Michael. I know said said no one can top Takeshita and Okada, but I think this might be close. Because I kind of did say earlier, these guys will put on a clinic. That was Smooth and Criminal. And Swerve was bad to do it. Well, here comes Nana. Nana's coming in. I hope he had his coffee today. These guys are really putting on a clinic. I mean, I know Ospreay and Samoa Joe did, but these guys are putting on a clinic. Oh my God. But you just put on his Fisher. 1, 2. Quick kick out by Swerve. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Ooh. I think something hurt with Bandino. I don't know if it's his neck or his shoulder. It's like the back. And Swerve, hey, listen. He's taking advantage of that. But Swerve is immune to pain, so. Oh my God, said. He ain't gonna cut. That man is not gonna cut through carbs. He get to do what he wants. Because in the words of Michael Jackson, he's bad. I'm gonna be using bad all night on Swerve. Bad by Michael Jackson. Yeah. I mean, there have been some great matches, but obviously, as I said, sleeper match of the night for me was Mox versus Kyle O'Reilly. That's my sleeper of the match. My sleeper match. Kyle versus Mox. That's my sleeper match. But man, look at Bandito. That's why he's the most wanted, friends. There's a reason why he's the reigning Ring of Honor World Champion. But, oh man. And he put the same thing at Supercard of Honor. Swerve wants to end this. Is he going to go for the house call? House call. Man. Well, your winner, Swerve Strickland. He advanced into the tournament. So he will be facing off against the winner of Claudio and Brody. Lord, I'm just going to say this for the men's. It's going to be Swerve and Ospreay at Forbidden Door. Rematch from Forbidden Door when Swerve was the champ. Because remember, when Swerve was champion, Ospreay was the challenger. It was a good match, but we all know who won that match. I'm just saying. I know, Boza. I know. I don't want it to be predictable either. At least with the women, it's more exciting because we don't know who's it going to be. At least with the women, it's not too predictable. Because I like it. But I think Bandino is very hurt because we do see Dr. Sampson and his team. They're looking forward. They're looking at this. I think Stadium Stampede is going to be second to last. Well, but Swerve is the winner. And also a friendly reminder, tickets are on sale now for All In London. It's on sale right now. Look at all the fans. They're on their feet. They're rooting for Swerve. I don't know, Boza. That's interesting because I feel like Swerve giving a finger to the camera. Well, hey, that's what he has to do, man. So I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't mind seeing Swerve and Ospreay in the finals at Forbidden Door. But up next, we got the ladies in action. We got Thekla, Hikaru Shida, Kris Statlander, and my gal Jamie Hayter in a fatal 4-way match for the AEW Women's title. And it's crazy, as he said, this is the first time you have all former AEW Women's champions in a fatal 4-way match. Yeah. And you know, it's crazy. It's only 10:30. I think Stadium Stampede needs a good 25-30 minutes. Thekla Championship isn't. Well, we shall see. Will we get a new champion? I'm going to say this. If Jamie Hayter wins, I'm going to be cheering myself on the floor like a little kid. I'll be running around my house. Better yet, if Jamie Hayter wins, I am going to put a reaction video up after Double or Nothing. That is a fact. But yeah, I mean, you got Hikaru Shida. She's a 3-time AEW Women's Champion. You have Kris Statlander, former AEW Women's Champion. Jamie Hayter, former AEW Women's Champion. Can't handle Thekla, the toxic spider. Well, she made a statement on Dynamite on Wednesday. But it's going to be fun. Courtney Thecla's calling into bed. Oh, don't worry. That's why she's called the toxic spider. But after this, we have 2 more matches. Oh my god. We got 2 more matches after this. And it's only 10:30. Yeah, I will say the pacing has been pretty good. But here comes the reigning AEW Women's Champion, Thekla. Make sure to check out her interview with Renee Paquette earlier today. Right before Double or Nothing, she did talk about a lot of things. I did not know she was in a band. She used to be in a band, but she's trying to get the band back together to do tours, and that's why she's been talking to Brody King, because it's kind of cool. Because I know she has artwork that she's doing with Lee Moriarty in Florida. She did an art show a month or 2 ago, but I love it that she does it. But I love that she's doing other things. I love it when wrestlers showcase their other traits. And also, I do like Thekla because, as I mentioned, I met her at WrestleCon last summer, and she's a really cool person. She's a really cool and down-to-earth person. Like, I know she calls everybody bitches, but she's a very cool person. It's one of those things, but you're hanging out with me. You're timeless elite. You're PR princess with me. And, sorry, that's my gal, Jamie Hayter. She looks fabulous. Purple is her color. It is her color, and I love it. And why does her outfit remind me of Daphne? It does remind me of Daphne. Oh man. But that's my gal Jamie Hayter. She's ready to beat the piss out of people. She's ready to beat the absolute piss. But I will say it's been fun. Pacing has been good because after this we got, is it Daphne Blake? Yeah, because after this we got 2 matches left. 2 matches. I know, it's crazy. Oh, look at Kris Statlander. She looks so cute. That's why she's the Cosmic Killer. I need her to go in force because at first she started off as an alien and she's in Cosmic Killer mode. And yes, Jeffrey, we've been saying this on the watch along. We've been saying this. Hikaru Shida's English is so good. She speaks so well. And she has personality. And I love it. I love that she has some personality now. I don't know why they didn't give it to her before, but I like Shida this way. Is on the line. I don't know about the relationship, but Kris Statlander told Shida to get out of her way. But look at Shida. She looks fabulous too. She looks fabulous. Well, I hope these ladies do put on a clinic. And as I mentioned, next month, Sunday, June 28th, is Forbidden Door. AEW, New Japan, CMLL, and Stardom. It'll be in San Jose, California. So if you are in the San Jose, California area, gotta attend Forbidden Door. I'm sure we're going to have some people from WWT be on the ground for Forbidden Door. But here we go. We have a fatal 4-man match for the AEW Women's Championship. my gal Jamie Hayter, Hikaru Shida, Kris Statlander, and Thekla. Feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got winning. I know I love Jamie with all my heart. I would love for her to be women's champion, but I think I am going to pick Thekla to retain. I just feel like there is something that's going to be brewing. And also, I'm still waiting on Jamie and Thekla to beat the shit out of each other because I want that storyline to continue. I thought there could be some salvage to it. I just want a good storyline with the women. I mean, they did it on the same level for Toni Storm and Mariah May because it was crafted so perfectly. It's time to get another major feud for the women's title. That doesn't have to include Mercedes. That doesn't have to include Toni. You have other women that you could work with. And also with Willow being on the shelf, it does give other women an opportunity to be in serious storylines and also be most talked about. I will say this. I hope these ladies put on a clinic tonight because I want them to go at it. I would love for them to at least go 15, 20 minutes tops. Because if you can put it on for the men, you could do it for the ladies. I know Athena and Mina had 11 minutes, but I would love to see these gals go at least 15, 20 minutes. And you could tell Thekla and Jamie Hayter have been going at it since they first met. Because I feel like that could be a serious, major rivalry in the women's division. It doesn't even have to have the belt involved, but just some layers and areas that could be in there. And also with the fact, too, I would love to see Jamie Hayter compete in a main match at All In Wembley Stadium. The weapon hurt. That's what I said. Yes. And also, I just want to see Jamie compete at All In Wembley in her home country. I know the first year she didn't get to. I know the first year they went there, she was injured. The second year they did it, she came back during the pre-show. So I would love for her to at least compete in a match in her home country. But here, Jamie Hayter and Kris Statlander, they know each other very well. Had a really good match at World's End. It was very good. And these ladies are pretty much even. Very much even. That's why I love Jamie Hayter. She doesn't take shit from anybody. Especially the fact that she's a Brit. Oh, man. I said if there was any AEW show, I would like to do media for It's All In Wembley Stadium. Because I would love to do Media Week. I would love to sit down with interviews. And I would love to interview Jamie Hayter. Because I think there's so much that she has to offer. Nice drop kick by Shida. It's just nice to see Hikaru Shida back. And like I said, her English is so well. She's so entertaining. Has a personality. She's like, right, Stat? I feel like I need to put that as a clip. But I think we're probably going to get another Owen match this week. Because as a friendly reminder, I'm going to forget. I'm trying not to yawn here. I'm trying to stay awake. Quicking out by Kris. Who knows? We may get something shockingly as we did at All Out in Toronto when Kris Statlander pinned Toni Storm for the women's title. And the question is in this match, who is going to take the pinfall? Well, it looks like Shida and Kris have a little truce on their hands, but kicked onto Statlander by Thekla. Oof. I hope these ladies, I will say this, I hope these ladies continue putting on a clinic. There's a Statlander, Jamie, she's beating up Statlander, she's beating up, but Thekla, she's on the top rope. That's what she does best. There's a reason why she's called the Toxic Spider. And she beat the crap out of the person that owns, I think it's either Stardom or New Japan, that she beat up on. Oh man, if you saw during WrestleMania week, Thekla is hey, that's her persona. That's who she is. You can't knock her for that. That's who she is. And actually, I met her too, so I can't say I met her in person, so I can't say anything negative about her. That's exactly what they're doing. Putting on exactly. Ooh, man, she just pushed my gal Jamie Hayter onto those steel steps. But just a quick reminder, because Wednesday Dynamite is going to be crazy. It's the aftermath of Double or Nothing. I will not be doing a watch along for Timeless Elite Wednesday because I will be on site in Philadelphia. Just sending over a friendly reminder. I will be on the ground getting content and meeting fans. So if you are at the show, just feel free to say hello. And I'm very excited. Few times I would never do a watch along on Wednesdays, only if wrestling comes to town or if I have an obligation. But this one, I'm not doing a watch along this week. Courtney did want to give. Yes, it's going to be fun. Courtney didn't want to get misted. Nah, I don't want to get misted. No, I mean after what. Oh. Thekla putting up the figure while putting submission all to stat. Yeah, it was mostly I was on site doing coverage. I mean, if it's on a Wednesday, it had to be. But I'm excited for Dynamite to come to Philly. It's going to be great. Yes, and I love that. She's in a rock band. She's trying to get the band back together and trying to do a US tour because I wouldn't mind seeing them in person. And also, like I said, her and Lee Moriarty did an art show in Florida a month or two ago, and I love it. I love it when wrestlers show their artistic side and traits. I love it. Hayter, yeah. I mean, those ladies are hard hitting. They're two of the hardest hitting. Maybe Jeffrey. Maybe. I mean, I put it out there Friday on WWT. I said, if you want to do a watch along on Wednesday, you're more than welcome to. It'll be the aftermath of Double or Nothing. So we shall see on that. And there's a reason why Thekla is called the Toxic Spider for moves like that. We shall see. Because Mercedes will be back soon. She'll be back. But she gets to do it on her terms. Let's see. Jimmy Hayter and Shida on the top rope. Yeah, if you could give these ladies at least 15, 20 minutes, I will be fine. These two ladies know each other so well. Shida and Jamie. Spear. But I'm not really worried about it. Mercedes is going to be fine anyway. I know, right? They keep interacting with each other. I follow Alicia on socials, and she's like sitting in the stands, and she's scared for tonight. Well, you know why she's nervous ahead of tonight's main event. So Alicia is sitting in the stands. But all four ladies are putting on a clinic, which I love. And I gotta give credit to the New York crowd. Their energy right there, they're putting on their feet. Super kick onto Shida and Thekla, and you see Jamie and Kris Statlander going at it. Statlander and Jamie have been even. Clothesline. These ladies, and listen, I'm happy for Jamie's gonna be fine, Jordan. As a person that advocates for Jamie, she'll be fine. She'll be fine. And look at the strength by Shida. Quick kick out. Damn, kicks in the head. Referee Stefan. Oh, and look at that. See, I want to know the secret on Thekla does that. Ooh, Kris, is she going to do Saturday Night Fever? Oh, man, that was a nice suplex that Jamie did. Boot to the ribs. Chops by Kris Statlander. It looks like her and Shida are teaming. Ooh, that was a miscommunication. I guess that's not going to bode well between Shida and Statlander. Jamie throwing Shida. These two ladies don't. I just need a good storyline between these two ladies. That's what I want. She wants a haterade. Ooh, nice hurricane. Ooh, she's got the submission hold on lock. Look at that. Jamie's not tapping, but she's showing strength. See, that's why I love Jamie Hayter, because of stuff like this. Backbreaker. Oh, man, that was a tough haterade. No way. Quick to the knee by Shida. Damn. I thought Jamie was going to do the haterade on Shida, but man, Shida gave me the blows. Oh my God, Shida's putting submission hold to Jamie. I don't want Jamie to tap. I know Jamie's feeling effects from what Thekla did to her earlier. And there's that. Oh. Kris Statlander, she's like, that's mine. That is mine. You would think they would be partners. Ooh, she just slapped. Well, I guess it didn't take that long to make an alliance out of each other. It didn't take that long. Shida and Statlander are going at it. Woof. Oof, kicks in the face. On to Jamie. I need to pretend. And Thekla, she's going for that spear. Kris Statlander was like, I'm not doing it. Kick to the face. I'm not gonna lie, this is a really good match. Saturday night feeder. But here comes Shida with that kendo stick. And by the way, this is no disqualification, by the way, folks. This is no disqualification, friends. So the kendo stick is illegal. And Jamie was like, she ain't taking it. I thought Jamie was going to hit her with the kendo stick. Clothesline. Both ladies are down. Man, Shida hit her with that kendo stick. Stomp. I mean, she took advantage. 3. And your winner and still AEW Women's Champion is Thekla. I think they're protecting both Shida and Jamie because I think there's going to be something in store for those two. And I think they're protecting both of them because the reason they didn't get pinned. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. But Thekla, she's doing it. She's a top gal in the company. But this is going to be wild. This is going to be... But like I said, I feel like there is something with Jamie and Shida, because I knew too. That's why I picked Thekla. I love Jamie, but I feel like there is something gonna be brewing. And also, I would not be shocked if it was someone from New Japan that would win the Owen Hart Cup Women's Tournament, Japan or Stardom, or Athena. It's going to be very interesting to watch. But I feel like there's going to be something brewing between Jamie and Shida. Yep, I think it's going to be Shida and obviously Kris Statlander. Jamie's in an interesting spot because I kind of want her to continue her feud with Thekla, because they both have 1 wins apiece against each other. And also with the fact, too, Ty J is going for the AEW Women's Tag Team titles. Oh, and the theme song for AEW Double or Nothing is Still Suffer by Terror. Oh. But main event. Well, Jeffrey, it's not main event time yet, but we are at Stadium Stampede. We're at Stadium Stampede. Normally we would get Anarchy in the arena, but we got Stadium Stampede. And 6 years ago, we had Stadium Stampede in the pandemic, by the way, at Jaguar Stadium. So I'm very curious what the setting is going to look like in New York. And we see all the participants arriving. The idiot Don Callis, the Demand, the Dogs. This is going to be interesting. In New York, of all places. Get ready. And also, like I said, feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got winning. Tell Maura is sending. Oh, Lordy. Well, it's going to be very interesting. And also, feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got for Stadium Stampede. Do you have Ricochet, The Demand, Mark Davis, Andrade, and the Dogs? Or do you have Jericho, the Hurt Syndicate, Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks, and Jack Perry? Yes. I do like the production in this match. It's pretty awesome to see. Woo! This is going to be fun. But as I said, congratulations to Thekla for retaining the AEW Women's Championship. But yeah, after this, whoever survives wins. Pretty much whoever survives. I do like the baseball jerseys of the Demand. It's pretty fun to watch. Yeah, I need to know what music they're going to be getting, because this is going to be interesting. But like I said, after this, we have our main event, and it's almost 11 o'clock. I will say, I do like the pacing of this match. This is a really good, solid show. Obviously, matches of the night so far: Okada and Takeshita, and Bandito and Swerve. I would also put an Ospreay and Samoa Joe, because that was really good to watch. Yeah, really good to watch. But my sleeper matches of the night were Jon Moxley and Kyle O'Reilly and the Fatal 4-Way match for the AEW Women's title. Those are my sleeper matches of the night. Oh boy, this is going to be a fun match with Stadium Stampede. All right, we're just waiting. Chris Jericho. Of course, he has his way. I love it, this video. MVP. Don't be shocked if MVP comes in the match, too. I wouldn't mind seeing him clock down Callis. The tennis ball. Bobby. Bobby Lashley. My God, if you would have told me the Young Bucks and Kenny and Jericho are on the same team, I would be like, yes. Yeah, I mean, the refs can't do anything. Shelton, the Young Bucks. I'm just laughing at I'm laughing at their outfits. they have interesting outfits, I will say. Jack Perry. Only person missing is Kenny. Oh, Kenny with that cigar. This is why Kenny doesn't do cigars. Kenny. I know, but Kenny, don't do cigars ever again. But he's okay. I would have never suspect Jericho, the Young Bucks, and Kenny Omega on the same team. I'll never forget when they showed clips of Stadium Stampede at Jaguar Stadium. It was the Elite taking on, I think it was Inner Circle during that time, because I think it had Jericho, Sammy, Ortiz, MJF, and they were facing off against the Elite and Matt Hardy. And that was crazy. That was fun doing it in Jaguar Stadium. Here comes Jericho. Everybody's going to be singing to Judas. Yep, this is the largest stadium. And sell you out. I am cold like December snow. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Some of the outfits are kind of on fire. I mean, you got to do a sing-along. In a sold-out arena? Come on now. I love that they have the suits intact. But we got Stadium Stampede. What have I become now that I betrayed? Ever look and push them all away, and I am in a slave. Judas in my mind. In the wreckage of my life. I'm not gonna lie, Jericho looks pretty sharp in that suit. Yeah, don't show that bald-headed nerd. Don't show him. Judas in my mind. Like, look at that. Stomping it. A sold-out arena singing to Judas. Love it. But, oof. Stadium Stampede in a tennis court. I'm curious if they're going to have any music to accompany it. Because I know during the pandemic, they didn't have any music. But I know in last year, Anarchy in the Arena, they did. And I'll never forget the one year, they were in Vegas for Anarchy in the Arena. And they were playing the final countdown. And the Young Bucks said, we're not going to play that because that's too much money. But here we go. Stadium Stampede. It would be kind of funny if they did play some music in the background. That'd be funny if they played like Men in Black or Michael Jackson. That would be funny if Michael Jackson was playing. I would crack up to the fullest. Well, here it is, Stadium Stampede. They're showing all the cameras. And we are in New York, so you kind of have to, like, go out on a limb for this. It'll probably go on to, like, 11:30. But here comes Kitty. Jericho's like the mad scientist. He's like the Joker of mad scientist. And it's funny, they all are beating up on Ricochet. Well, at least they all have one thing in common. They don't like Ricochet. I know. No music yet. They're like, no music. I'm pretty sure the music will come in. You got to be patient. Because that would be a disservice if they did not play any music. That would be a disservice. Man, Bobby Lashley threw Ricochet like a rag doll. Actually, it would be hilarious if they played Billie Jean by Michael Jackson. Since we are at a tennis court, well, here comes the Elite doing what the Elite does best. Oh, and here comes Mark Davis and the dogs. I know. I want to hear some music. They should have just, you know what they did? They should just kept on playing Judas. That's what they should have did. Andrade taking on Jack Perry. Doing the Three Amigos. Homage to Eddie Guerrero. Latino Heat. I'm very curious where the other guys at for Stadium Stampede. I think everybody picked who they wanted to win in Stadium Stampede. Ooh, that was a nice move by Shelton. Clark Connors spear. Oh, I thought at least we would get some music. Yikes! They took out Bobby Lashley! Jack Perry, Taya Leona. Jericho. Taya Leona's just throwing everyone. He threw Jericho outside the ring. I wonder who designed the Young Bucks outfits. Oh, Lordy. All three? All members? Oh, my God. The power and strength of Taya Leona. My God. I don't even know why they don't have an opportunity for the AEW tag titles again. And they should. Drop kick by Ricochet, taking out Kenny. That's what he does best. Oh, look at the demand. And they got matching baseball. You know what they should have did? They should have at least done something taunting because they are in Queens. They're not far from Met Stadium. So they should have did a punchline on either the Mets or the Yankees. Who's wrestling? Yeah, he's wrestling a bedazzled suit. I just hope he doesn't have heat flashes. Oh, I guess it's like a chain of events happening. Chain of events trying to get a submission hold onto Kenny. And look, there's MVP! MVP with his cane. You kind of knew he was going to show up, so he took the cane off. There's MVP. And you kind of know he was there because it's all business. They're chanting for MVP. Ooh. David Finlay got thrown out. That's the original Elite. Kenny and the Young Bucks do what they do best. It's kind of crazy how Stadium Stampede has come a long, long way. Because, like I said, we had it at Jaguar Stadium. What's Shelton gonna do here? Shelton's gonna do what he does best. How can you not like Shelton Benjamin? It has. And it's crazy. Last year, it was pay-per-view of the year. I would not be shocked if it was pay-per-view of the year again this year. What's Jericho doing? He's just, I don't care. I don't want nobody crapping on Chris Jericho again. For a man that's in his 50s and still doing stuff like this, and he still looks good and lost some weight, you got to give him some credit. I don't care what anybody says. If you can't give him credit, then you have no clue on what wrestling is. That man's good in shape. He's able to do a lion salt to this day. Well, I guess some of the members are in the back. Well, at least we're not going to see a lot of gruesome and blood. Well, I'm not going to say we're not going to see any blood. So it looks like there's going to be a quadruple hurricanrana. No punches. 6, 7. Oh, Lordy. Oh, my God. Jack Perry. Look out, Mark Davis. Hurricanrana by Kenny. Hurricanrana by Kris. See, that man is in his 50s and he's still doing stuff like this. I don't want to hear anybody talking crap about Jericho. That man is still putting in the work, and I'm one of the biggest Chris Jericho fans. He's putting in the work. He lost some weight. That's a photo right there. Can you see? That was a photo op moment. That was a photo op moment right there. Oh my God, I just can't believe. I just can't believe after this we have our main event. And it's after 11 o'clock. This is crazy. And it's Memorial Day weekend too, by the way. But nice. I think it was supposed to be triple sharpshooter, but is he going to do the walls of Jericho and Andrade? Yes, he is. So it's submission holds everywhere. Mark, jeez. Jack Perry's like, here, Mark, have some dust on you. I'm going to call him Dusty Martinez. Well, I think Jack Perry is still pissed off that he got screwed for the AEW National Championship because that ball-headed nerve Ricochet screwed him. Yeah, Jack Perry giving a fan their sign. That's cute. And we do see our first taste of tables. Someone's going through a table. Oh my goodness. It looks like the Young Bucks are trying to put David Finlay through a table. And I think hopefully right before the main event, we get to know some matches for Dynamite this week in Philadelphia, in the city of brotherly love. What's the Young Bucks are going to do here? Well, it looks like the dogs left. Why are they leaving? Why are they leaving? Where are they going? Where are the dogs going? I don't know where they're going, but it looks like the Young Bucks may follow them. But they're going in the back. Oh, yes, we do see a lot of action in the back. Shelton Benjamin. The Gates of Agony. Well, hopefully, because I'm pretty sure we'll probably get at least 1 or 2 matches regarding Dynamite. That's what I would think. But we do see the Hurt Syndicate taking on the Gates of Agony backstage. There's Aubrey's backstage. There's Lio Rush. Oh my God, we have an encounter with Lio Rush and Bobby Lashley. More Leo. Taya Leona. Oh, Lio Rush biting Taya Leona. We see the encounter between Bobby Lashley and Lio Rush. Something of a reunion, but Lio Rush helping out Bobby Lashley, taking out the Gates of Agony. I mean, that was pretty cool to watch. Oh, man. Andrade. Even somewhat. Got a little bit of a reunion there. But, of course, Jericho taking out Ricochet. But that was a highlight for me. Lio Rush and Bobby Lashley. They got at least somewhat of a reuniting. And Lio Rush helped out Bobby Lashley. Oh, man. I will say this has been a fun pay-per-view. I will say this, even though shout out to J Duck Blaster 1474 for joining in the chat. You're hanging with me. Your timeless elite, your PR princess of WWT is with you on Double or Nothing. I just can't believe we're after this. It's the main event. I just can't believe it. We are at the main event. We're at the halfway point, and it's only 3 hours. Because normally I would do 5. And like I said, even though we didn't get approval for Media Scrum, I will say, even though I didn't do the Media Scrum, this is actually pretty fun to do a watch along. I'm not going to lie. This is fun to watch. I have HBO Max. I'm watching AEW Double or Nothing. This is fun to watch. And I get to spend time with all of you. Also nice to see some of the peeps from WWT, Said popping in, Honey popping in, watching AEW Double or Nothing. Oh, look at Andrade with the ladies. Okay, Jeffrey, I'm watching. He tried to get the phone number of the ladies, obviously. What'd I miss? What'd he do? Oh my God, that's Luchasaurus! Aww, that's Luchasaurus. Why is he wearing a wig? Luchasaurus, he took the phone. Well, it's nice to see Luchasaurus making appearances. Also, if you follow Jack Perry's socials, they were at the Knicks game the other day, and they were sitting up in the stands, and Luchasaurus was like a kid in a candy store. He was so excited the Knicks were playing. Oh, my goodness. Well, I guess Luchasaurus missed him in the face. I guess some of the ladies weren't happy with that, but yeah. But I wanted to point that out. Luchasaurus was at the Knicks game the other night. To answer your question, J. Blaster 1474, I do watch other companies of wrestling, obviously WWE, AEW. I do watch TNA, and I do try to follow up with some of the other ones that they do, like AAA, Stardom, New Japan. And for me, wrestling is wrestling, and also in the independent scene as well, obviously, because I live in New Jersey and everything else. I try to give show love to all promotions of wrestling, most specifically if they support women's wrestling. But one of them is Tiana. What? Tiara James? I know that face looked familiar. And I also shout out to her because Tiana James wrestled on ISPW. And I did commentary when she won the Glitter Ticket Rumble. And she's cashing that in against, I think, not Vicky, but she is cashing it in at the event in July in Wildwood. Because I think right now the champion is Sammy Chaos. She's the new ISPW Women's Champion. And they have tennis balls. Poor Ricochet. Yes, it took them a while, said, because I was a little bit nervous, but finally they went backstage. They did everything else. We got to see a lot of. I was happy we got to see Lio Rush and Bobby Lashley make an appearance together. Luchasaurus made an appearance. Nice to see Luchasaurus. Yes, Jenny Kai was backstage. I knew that was funny. Tiara James. I was like, oh my god. So I'm happy to see Tiara James on TV. But shout out to her. She did win the Glitter Ticket Rumble, and she's cashing that in. Oh my god! I know who that is. That's Tommy Invincible. He wrestles in the independent scene, and I saw him wrestle on WrestlePro because that was the same show Anthony was on. It was also the same show Ricochet was on, and The Demand. So awesome to see Tommy Invincible getting some exposure. I love it. I never miss a beat. That is true. He's so huge. That shot. Exactly. So we got to see appearances from Lio Rush, Luchasaurus, Tiara James, Tommy Invincible, Jenna Kai. Love it. Who caught the football? I have no idea who caught that football. Who did it? Yeesh. Oh, is that Sujin Sin? We haven't seen him on TV. I know he's doing work on Ring of Honor. Santam Singh, because we've seen him do work on Ring of Honor. It's the first time we saw him on TV for a while. He is a big guy. And it's crazy he hasn't had a loss yet. Yeah, you pissed off Singh. He wants Andrade. It's a food fight. It is a food fight backstage. Oh my goodness. Luchasaurus is backstage too, because I see him. Yeah, oh my god. I will say this is pretty fun to watch. And we're almost at 11:30. We're almost at 11:30. Yes, Tony Schiavone, I agree. This is very entertaining. Stadium Stampede. I don't think the match at Jaguar Stadium is gonna. I don't think this match will top Jaguar Stadium, but this is up there. But I will say Jaguar Stadium was fun to watch. It was super fun to watch. Watching it at a football stadium. Of course, Jericho kicked the mascot of the Jaguars, but it's up there. And plus, it's in New York, so and it's very different. It's very different. Oh, yeah, that's awesome, Jordan from Canada. Stuff like this. I was so happy to see. I will say overall, this has been a good, solid event for Double or Nothing. And especially with the fact, too, like I said, throughout the entire watch-along. Like I said, throughout this entire watch-along, it is sold out. It is sold out. And hold up, because I actually found this out earlier today that the show is reported to have brought in around 1.5 million at the gate, making it the second largest gate for an AEW event on U.S. soil. Obviously, the first show was All in Texas last year, and this is the second one. So kudos to them. Kudos to AEW. Oh my god, is that a shopping cart? I guess we're going for a ride on the shopping cart. Whee! We're going for a ride on the shop. Ooh, that was a super kick. Yes. Well, here comes Tayo Leona coming back. Well, I will say, at first I was like, where's the music? But I'm not going to lie. I know people were upset that there wasn't music, but I'm okay with this match not having music because I'm trying to think if it did. It would probably be either a Michael Jackson song or something. But it would have been really funny if it was Michael Jackson. Oh. That was an interesting. And Tyliana's just rowing that shopping cart. Oosh. I feel so bad for the cameraman. Well, here comes Shelton Benjamin. Because I know they were fighting backstage with the Gates of Agony. Let's see this. Ooh. Oh, man. Just assaulting Shelton. Here comes Bobby Lashley. And MVP's not far behind. I did like how they put the cameras in certain angles, but I think almost everybody's out. Yikes. And David Finlay with that shillelagh. Bobby Lashley's in La La Land. Ooh, Clark Connors. The dogs. I will say this has been a fun match so far. If I have to give a memorable moment for this match, I will say Stadium Stampede. If I have to give a match that was the most entertaining, it would be this match right here. It would be probably the most entertaining. And okay, Ricochet with that tennis racket. He is so bad at serving. Who's there? Luther. There's Luther. Oh, he has a big tennis rack. Oh, he gave it to Chris Jericho. Luther. That was fun. After looking at the racket, I feel like I need to go back to doing tennis again because I actually have a tennis racket I found, and I wouldn't mind going back to doing tennis. Are we having? Yeah, Moza, it looks like it because it looks like Jericho's got tennis balls and he's gonna hit Ricochet with it. Ah! Look at the tennis balls. Oh, that's the machine. I love it. Going in with the tennis balls. I would steal. Me too. I love it. Quick kick out by Ricochet. So it looks like you don't have to be in the ring to be pinned. It could be back there. That's why Aubrey is back there. So at least as long as you have a referee near you, then you can make a pinfall. I know, right? Well, I think there's going to be some nuggets, Boza. We just have to see what it is. And I think either tonight or Wednesday. I think, Boza, either tonight or Wednesday, they'll probably address the status of the TBS championship. Because I know there's many other ladies that are involved in other things. And I think for this it does provide an opportunity because almost any lady on that roster can be TBS champion. Any lady in that roster has potential to be TBS. I mean, if they have to do the similar situation they did with Kyle, then so be it. Let's see. Oh, man. He hit David Finlay. Double German suplex by Shelton Benjamin. You know what? I'm watching this whole show. Every fan in New York is on their feet. And they should be for a sold-out show. They need to be on their feet. I still can't believe after this is the main event. And it's almost 11:30. crazy. Ooh, that was a spear. Yeah, I will say this Stadium Stampede is not boring. It delivered what it needs to be. It's like, yeah, it's action. It's like an action sequence, and it's at a tennis court. What the heck? I guess Mark Davis is outside, and he has a bandage around his head because we haven't seen Jack Perry. Oh, that's a little golf course. Oh, Jack Perry's knife. What's the note say? We're here. There, Jack Perry has to be some. Oh, here comes the Jurassic Express. Man, he knocked in that golf cart. No, Jeffrey, I don't think we're getting out by 11:30. I think we're gonna get out of here by midnight. Because I think if this match ends at 11:30, then we're good. I know, thank God Mark Davis got out the way. Oh my goodness. Are we going to get a suplex near the table? See the dogs. Here comes Kenny. Well, the fans love Kenny. Kenny's Kenny. The fans just love him regardless. Anywhere you go, they just love Kenny. Yeah, it was really fun. And I love that AEW is going to all these unique arenas. Like this arena, it's a tennis court. Fairway to Hell was at a golf course. It was at a golf course, which is insanity, and that's never happened before, which actually was pretty cool, by the way. When you watched it, the special, it's just so cool to watch. And I love that. I love that they're trying unique arenas. They're trying unique arenas, which is really great. And that's what they should do, stick to the theme. I gotta wish they did do a unique arena when they did Superman or something. I kind of wish they did that when the Superman movie got released, but maybe because I know they have a partnership with the. Oh, Tyler Leona got drilled through a table. Well, maybe because I know they have a partnership with DC Comics, so maybe they could do something unique in a different arena with DC comic themes. Poor Ricochet. No one feels bad for that annoying bald-headed nerd. Ooh, a spear on to Mark Davis. Jack Perry, drill through another table. Couldn't happen to a nicer person. That's funny. I think almost everybody is drilled on the table. What's Kenny gonna do here? I guess Kenny has Andrade, one winged angel. Kenny, I will say, with issues with his abdomino, I will say with his issues with his lower abdomen on his stomach, he's still wrestling in a heartbeat. Kenny, God bless Kenny Omega. I do agree, said there's going to be a lot of cleaning up because after this match, they got Darby and MJF, and that's the main event. So hopefully there's a segment that they can do that. But look at this. Everybody is decimated and Ricochet's all alone. Look at that. See, as Jericho said, he doesn't have to get people to like him. He knows many people in the back don't like Ricochet. And I think he did assemble a good, solid team. Yeah, Bobby looks like, I will say Bobby, Shelton, and MVP look like they had fun in that match. And we did see many appearances. We saw Leo Rush and Bobby Lashley having a counter backstage. We got to see Luchasaurus make an appearance. We got to see Taya Leona came in. Oh, that's Bishop Kong. I love it. Super kick! That was a multi super kick. I feel like this is like a party. It's like, I don't care about the music. 3. And your winners, Chris Jericho, the Hurt Syndicate, Kenny Omega, Young Bucks, and Jungle Jack Perry. Well, at least Chris got his lick back. He got his lick back against Ricochet. It was definitely a fun match. I actually enjoyed it. If I had to pick a match that was definitely entertaining, it was definitely this. And you won on a tennis court. So congratulations to them getting the win. It delivered every single thing that you needed. And I will say, because I know when we did poll predictions and on paper it looked like, oh, I don't want this match and blah, blah, blah. It delivered. The match did deliver what needed to be told. You can't even tell if it's that long. But congratulations to Jericho, the Hurt Syndicate, Jack Perry, the Young Bucks, and Kenny Omega. And also, you know, even if we didn't have music, we did have a sing-along for Judas. But it would have been funny if they did. It would have been kind of funny if they did have music to accompany it, because there's so many angles they could do. They could have did Chris Jericho. They could have did some hip hop, because there are in Queens, New York. Jericho. Exactly. Yeah, I think if they're going to save it for Anarchy in the Arena. Because I feel like for Stadium Stampede, they don't do music. It's just like, you go with it. Thumbs up. Well, it's a thumbs up. Jericho needs an ice bath. Oh, trust me, honey. Well, the Hurt Syndicate and Ricochet. The Hurt Syndicate and Chris Jericho give a thumbs up. They gave a thumbs up. They did what they need to do. Check all the boxes. What's Jericho doing? Oh, Sabu. Sabu. He's doing tribute to Sabu. Oh, yeah. He had to do the one up first. I think it was for Sabu, I believe. But yes, honey. Jericho needs a ice. He needs a bath and relaxing. Oh, boy. Well, it is time for the main event. The AEW World Title. Darby, MJF, title versus hair. Here we are. Oh, get out of here, Sted. That was not a Make-A-Wish run. Listen, I'm not the biggest Darby Allin fan, but I kind of wish the match between MJF and Darby was a little bit longer. To say. But it was a good moment for Darby. I mean, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not, he's a workhorse champion. I mean, if you want a workhorse champion, that's Darby Allin. Not to mention with the fact, too, and this is nothing against like MJF and the past champions, but with Darby, it just made it seem like everybody had an opportunity. I mean, I know, but also with the fact, too, it does give people within the roster opportunities. Because, I mean, did anybody really realistically? I mean, I know MJF faced off against Bandino and Brody and Speedball. But there were other guys in the roster who never had, like, a taste an AEW opportunity. It was so nice to see Tommaso Ciampa get an opportunity, or like again with Speedball Mike Bailey and Darby and Brody ran it back to their old rivalry. And also, I mean, him and Pac ran it back again. He's like giving opportunities, because it's like realistically with MJF, you couldn't see, like, could you really see if MJF or Kenny or Hangman was champion, or even Swerve? Could you see like either Pac or Ciampa or some of those guys get opportunities? I know Kevin Knight, Speedball. I'm trying to think who else. Bandino, they got opportunities when MJF was champion. I know when Hangman was champion, Kyle Fletcher and Lee Moriarty got opportunities as well for the AEW World Title, because I think Hangman wanted to put out an open challenge. And I think when Swerve was champion, I know Tomohiro Ishii got a going in the sewers. Well, it's title versus hair. So, yeah. Here comes the biggest jerk of AEW, MJF. Yay! Yes, it is main event time. And it's 11:37, by the way. If MJF's not... I love that sign. If MJF is not bald, we riot. That would be funny. I mean, hey, it would be kind of hilarious for him to be bald. But here comes the champ. Oh, and this is a home opener for Darby. Oh, Lord. Oh, my God, Seth. Do we really have to go through this with Tion Lennox? I do not want to go through this again. Oh, my God. There's Darby in the sewer. I said sorry. Because we had a conversation. I think we had a conversation about this regarding Tion Lennox. I'm like, oh my God. I said sorry. Yeah, sarcasm. Because we had a conversation about this with Tion Lennox's hair. If you've watched NXT and you've seen him on TV recently, you would know. I love that. I love the entrance of Darby. He's coming out of the sewers of New York City. I keep saying New York City, but they're in Queens. But here comes the reigning and defending AEW World Heavyweight Champion Darby Allin. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty fire. Him coming from the sewers. It's kind of like if you watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that they live in the sewers and they come right back up. That was pretty awesome. Uh-oh, and here comes the barber. That's funny. I was laughing at the side. If MJF's not bald, we riot. But here comes Darby. Or as I call him, Evil Knievel Jr., the workhorse champion. Look at the fan. Like, if you're listening, everybody is chanting for Darby. And as Mick Foley said, because if you were watching the pre-show earlier before I got on, Mick Foley said, win it for the sickos. Win it for the outcasts. Win it for every person that felt like was an outsider. That's what Mick Foley said. Go win it for the outcasts. Go win it for every single person that felt like an outsider. Go win it for the sickos. It was like, no, it wouldn't look weird. I mean, it looked pretty funny to me. If you could get Wheeler Yuta bald, I'm pretty sure MJF would be okay with him being bald. But Darby Allin's taking his time. it's going to be very interesting how this is going to be. And look at MJF and Jacket, 3-time AEW champion. Oh my God, that would be so funny. Actually, it would be funny if he did get his head shaped bald. I would be laughing at Alicia's social posts because I follow her on socials. I would be laughing about it. But Justin Roberts is announcing the main event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the main event. Feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got winning this thing. Do you have Darby Allin retaining? Or do you have MJF becoming a 3-time AEW World Champion? Because I feel like after this, it's going to definitely shift a little bit leading up to Wembley Stadium and also in the Owen Hart. I love that the fans are chanting bald. They've been chanting bald throughout the whole night. He's bald. He's balder than you. MJF is stopping? What did he say in Justin's ear? Well, he said he doesn't like queens. No surprise there. I'm surprised he didn't take a shot at the Mets. I know he took a shot at the Knicks. I'm surprised he didn't take a shot at the Mets. Well, there he is, Darby Allin. As Mick Foley said, go win it for the outcasts. Go win it for the sickos. Go win it for every single person that felt like an outsider. Yeah, I hope so. I think, oh boy, Darby. Why? Why did Darby? Oh boy, I can't even explain it. Oh, why watch it? Well, how can I explain this in a way? You remember when Jeff Hardy first came into WWE and he did crazy stuff like that, and the fans were milking it, and Jeff did like all these crazy things that you would think of? That's what makes me think of Darby. Because there were many times when Jeff did crazy things. We all thought Jeff was going to die. And it's crazy. Jeff is like in his 50s, 60s. And Jeff is still, well, he's not doing crazy stuff now, but I think he's figuring that out. They would have. And even like with, even when, and I think when Jeff was a little bit too reckless, that's when he started to burn out a bit. And even to this day, Jeff is still doing a little bit reckless. I mean, I wouldn't say almost died. But yeah, exactly. Jeff is 48. And we remember some of the crazy stuff he did. And he was just living to the fullest. I guess maybe because, and also with the fact too, yeah, Jeff did a lot of crazy things. And heck, Mick Foley did a lot of crazy things. I mean, we all see and know that fall from Hell in the Cell, and also the crazy matches that he did when he was in New Japan, when he was in ECW, when he had the Hell in the Cell match with Triple H. We kind of said the same thing about when Jeff did crazy things. We thought Jeff was going to die. And there was a time he was burned out. I'll never forget in TNA. Darby Allin, God bless your little heart, sir. God bless your little heart. I'm hoping. Well, to be fair, I don't know what Jeff had more cushion, because Jeff did a lot of reckless things. And if you recall, when he was in TNA, when he was AEW World Champion, you remember that infamous match with Sting where he showed up under influence? Yeah, that was a bit of a yeah. that was a bit hard to watch. Yeah. I know, Sabu. Oh, my God. And he was still doing it right up until his death. Yeah, I always have to bring that up because that was a hard pill to swallow during Jeff's TNA days. It was he got a lot of heat. He got a lot of heat for that. It was just brutal. But I think with Darby, it is kind of, because I know he wants to give everyone an opportunity for the AEW World Title, and I appreciate him being a workhorse. But sometimes your body's going to catch up to you, and you're getting married next month, man. You're getting married next month. At least we want you to stay still. We want you to at least be married. Because we have two people that are getting ready to be married. Will Ospreay and Darby. But I do think, well, yeesh. I know, 33 days, Darby Allin's getting married. Just like that, I want that man to at least be able to walk. I just want that man to be able to stand up and kiss his bride. And at least do the first dance. That's all I want. And he can have his dance with his mother. I just want Darby up for that. Oh yeah, Jeffrey Eric was pissed. Yeah, that's also too. So two big weddings in June. Will Ospreay and Darby Allin. I know, the bumps. And I know Darby. Oh my God. You just had to mention that MTV show. Oh my God. I'm having flashbacks of commercials of that show. Even when Steve-O was on there. My God. Him, Johnny Knoxville. You wouldn't think, look at him. He's getting, well, he is. I know. But he's got to be ready to be married. I want that man to at least stand and kiss his bride. I want to at least have him be 100% healthy for his big day. It's hard to believe it's our main event. And we're almost at the finish line. And plus, I'm pretty sure when Darby trained for wrestling, I'm pretty sure there's other styles of wrestling he learned, like ground, technical, well, obviously high flying, but like the ground, the technical, submission style, something like that. Oh, nice. 31 minutes for Stadium Stampede. That's pretty good. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is our main event. I know, MJF is like, it's desperate times call for desperate measures. Damn said, now I have to listen to the Jackass theme song in my head for MTV. Because I remember when that show first debuted, and I was like, wow. And there's a reason why I call Darby Allin Evil Knievel Jr. That's why I call him Evil Knievel Jr. Because Evil Knievel does. I thought, man, Darby's going to need more than an ice bath tonight. I'm going to say this. Whoever survives for Media Scrum, God bless your little heart. It's hard to believe we're at the main event of AEW Double or Nothing from a sold-out crowd in Queens. No, he's going to need a deep tissue massage. Eesh, yikes. I'm pretty sure Darby's fiance is. And she's probably thinking he's okay. Oh, this is... I'm pretty sure his fiance is watching. And his parents. And it's crazy. This is the man that climbed Mount Everest and he came back. He came back! It's kind of crazy how, like, both Darby and MJF have been with AEW from the beginning. And these guys know each other way too well. And if you remember their match from Full Gear at 4 years ago, that kind of escalated a bit in their rivalry. So these two know each other very, very well. I'm going to tell you something. If Darby wins this match and survives, it'll be a miracle. It would be a miracle. He took a page out of MJF's playbook. Low below. Quick, he got by MJF. Because I will say this. If Darby wins, he has to defend the title against Roosh on Dynamite. Because I don't think if MJF wins, he's not going to give Roosh an opportunity for the title. It's a shame that we haven't had an encounter between Darby and Swerve since Darby's been champion. I mean, I know Will, our councilman, said like he didn't want Swerve to lose to Darby, but I wouldn't mind seeing like an encounter with them two because they're both from the Pacific Northwest. They have history with each other. I know they recently attended the Super Bowl together. And Max is going for the arm. I was like, I think Darby knows some technical groundwork that he could do. Because I was like, I think he can do a lot more than just stunts and craziness. I don't want him to be more of like the crash head dummy. But I would think while he's training, he learned like technical ground, submission, all that stuff. That's what I'm saying. He's going to try and escape. Scorpion Deathlock. MJF. Darby, you're great. Ooh, knees to the back. I think that's going to be quick kick out by Darby. Yeah, because I wouldn't mind seeing, because I know Darby does a lot of reckless things, but I wouldn't mind seeing him like go, because I know he did train in wrestling in the Pacific Northwest. I wouldn't mind seeing him do like round, technical stuff like that, getting hands in dirt, getting himself his hands dirty. But it's hard to believe it's our main event. It's our final match of AEW Double or Nothing. And it's almost midnight too, by the way. So the pacing has been pretty good. It's been a good, solid show all around. Sold out crowd. Yep, Scorpion Death Drop. But it has. It's been really great. The entire crowd of New York has been energized. And I love to see it. There's a reason why they always love to do shows in New York. and I really do love it. And I will say, this is not the first time I've seen a sold out show in New York. When they come down to Hammerstein Ballroom for Christmas, sold out completely sold out. That's why I'm hoping if they do come back during Christmas, I would like to attend the show and cover it. The Christmas shows look so fun to watch. Even when you watch them on TV, I hope they do come back for December for holiday, because that would be really fun to go to. What's Darby doing? That's a smart move he made. Ooh, that's a nice headlock he made. Because I wouldn't mind seeing Darby do a little ground and tentacle stuff. I wouldn't mind seeing that from him. Because I know he can. Code Red. Well, slightly Code Red. Yes, they are, Jeffrey. They are a wrestling crowd. It's like Ring Around the Rosie with pins. Like Ring Around the Rosie. It's like Ring Around the Rosie with pins. I think that's referee Bryce. I think so too, Jordan. But another person, because I'm trying to think who else has he faced. I will say, next to Darby, Bryan Danielson, Kenny Omega, Jon Moxley are some of his great rivals. And the crazy part about it is, he has, everyone thinks Shawn Michaels. Well, there can only be one Shawn Michaels. I don't think anybody can replicate what Shawn Michaels had done. But look at that arena. It is filled to capacity, to the core. And also, the crazy part about it is we haven't even seen MJF go one-on-one with Swerve at all. So hopefully that happens somewhere down the future. Yeah. Because I wouldn't mind seeing MJF versus Swerve. Because like I said, we haven't seen them face off. And I feel like that needs to be saved for a pay-per-view. Well, if they have to do it for a Dynamite, hey. But I wouldn't be shocked if it was for a pay-per-view. But both men are trying to get up. Darby, MJF's having a hard time getting up. And it looks like his back is starting to hurt a bit. But he's starting to get up a bit. But these guys are pretty even. And also, go watch their match from Full Gear at 4 years ago. It's pretty much even. They're just even. Quick kick out. What's he going to do here? I feel bad for the cameraman. Oh, no. Well, Darby was supposed to go for MJF, but he accidentally hit the cameraman. I feel so bad for the cameraman. I hope he's okay. I hope the cameraman's okay. Please check on him. Dr. Sampson and his team. Look at that. Like, boom. Oh, yeah. Oh, now it does surprise me and MJF shielded himself and let the cameraman take the fall. Yeah. Darby is fearless. And you know who else is another fearless person? Jeff Hart. Well, there's many fearless persons we had in wrestling. Mick Foley, Jeff Hardy, Sabu, Rob Van Dam. Pretty much anybody in the ECW space. Well, at least Dr. Sampson is helping the cameraman. And also, I know the referee's counting down, but you can't win the title by a count out. Can't change titles. And I think MJF knows it. I can't believe he let the cameraman take the fall. Where's he going? Where's he taking Darby? I think this is more than just being bald. This is more than just the AEW world title. But he's gonna shave Darby's head, and he doesn't even have that much hair. He really doesn't. He doesn't have that much hair. He doesn't have that much hair. Why are you shaving the man's head? There's Darby. Yes, and Lita too. She was fearless as well. Because Lita took a lot of bumps. Her, Jackie, submission hold. I was like, what was MJF gonna do with those with the razor? Darby doesn't have that much hair. What's Darby doing here? What's he do? Oh my goodness. I don't know why. This moment right here reminds me. Oh my God. Pull the cameraman. I don't know why I'm having flashbacks from Royal Rumble 2000 when the Hardys and the Dudleys had a tables match and Jeff had to climb like on the fence side. Because I remember when Jeff, oh Lordy. Well, actually, it doesn't bother me because Jeff did stuff like this. So it's like, and also Fairway to Hell. Bang, bang. Hey. Well, at least he was on point when hitting that table. And he almost hit his head. I hope they do check the back of his head. I thought the Fairway to Hell spot was crazy with him versus Pac. But at least he hit the spot on MJF. Oh man. Oh Lordy. Oh, it's going to be a fun road to All In Wembley Stadium. It's going to be a fun road. Ew, gash on the back of his head. Well, he's a mute. Oh boy. We're going to have a fun road to All In Wembley Stadium. We're going to have a fun road. You know, I'm going to have an interesting fallout when Dynamite comes to Philly. I will say this. Darby's head. I know, right? He doesn't even have much hair. That's what I said. But it's funny because these two guys know each other so well. It's really hard that they've been at AEW from the beginning. And they are two of the pillars for AEW. It's kind of crazy. They are. And I think that's what you kind of need to do. And this is not just in AEW. This is everywhere. You have to find out who is going to be your dance partner. And the man's you can say whatever you want about Darby Allin, but God bless that man's soul. Just God bless his soul. He gives out his heart. You can say whatever you want about him, but at the end of the day, you got to give him some respect. I mean, you don't have to be the biggest fan of Darby, but oh my God. Yeah, Sammy. Yeah, Sammy. Referee, I think that's referee Bryce. So they're checking in to see on Darby. Please make sure. I really want him to get married. I really want him to at least stand for his wedding day. He's getting married in 33 days. And of course, MJF, when there is an opportunity, he likes to take it. He likes to take it. But, well, I mean, if MJF has to win, I guess, but Bryce. Well, Darby was playing possum. That is funny. He was playing possum. He was playing possum. I can't believe it. I will say this was a really good match. You can't. Darby. If there was anybody that had to describe the heart and soul of AEW, he has to be up there. You don't have to like him or go crazy, but you got to respect the hell out of him for doing all this work. I know sometimes it's crazy, but you know, yep. MJF. Jeffrey, I know. I think almost everybody wanted to see him ball, but your winner and oh my God, still new AEW champ, MJF. He's a three-time champion. Yay! This is my sarcastic confetti. Yay! I hope Darby. I think Darby is definitely going to get a pop at Dynamite. He's definitely going to get a pop. He's definitely going to get a pop at and that's good. I think Darby is definitely going to get a standing ovation and a pop. I'm so happy. So happy. So happy for him. Congratulations. You know what? Kudos to Darby Allin. You did so well. So proud of you. But MJF is a new world champion. I guess Roosh is not going to get his match. Because he said he only wanted a shot if Darby got it. So I guess we're not going to see Roosh. But he's a three-time AEW champion. We also, well, he is a three-time, but you know who else is a four-time AEW champion? You know who else is a four-time AEW champion? He's the only person to do it. Jon Moxley. Shout out to Florida Buckeye 727. Woo! well, here comes Darby. And I think they may have something for Darby. And you know, Darby's going to get a standing ovation. He did the best he can. He lived out the childhood dream of being AEW champion. He's still one of the pillars. Well, you know, it's kind of funny. It's like a flashback to Revolution because that's kind of how Hangman was in a ambulance. It's kind of the similar way that happened at Revolution. And he's gloating. He's gloating. He is gloating. He is gloating about it. So it's going to be an interesting road to All In Wembley Stadium. Whoa, Kevin Knight coming in. Jason and JF out of here. Okay. Well, Kevin. What's Kevin doing? Damn! He took out Darby out. I guess now we know who's going to face off against Darby. MJF is looking, because he looks shocked and appealed, because usually that's something MJF would do. But you took out Darby Allin. It's going to be very interesting. And also, how is this going? And also, how is this going to affect him in Speedball? And I think it makes sense for Kevin to turn because I feel like if they did it with Speedball, it would have been too obvious. That's why I think with Darby, because he's one of the most over superstars in AEW, that's what they needed to do. And I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. But yeah, that's how you end AEW Double or Nothing. And it's only 12:13, a little after midnight. Woo. Slow turn in progress it is, but that kind of wraps up AEW Double or Nothing. There's going to be a lot more questions than answers. Thank God I'm not at that media scrum in New York, but that wraps up AEW Double or Nothing. I will say it's going to be very interesting. Obviously, all the Knocks on social are going to gloat about this, but you know, at the end of the day, who really cares? Who really cares, honestly, what the Narcs have to say? Because they got nothing better to do. They just want to be right about everything. But Darby Allin did what he could. He lived the childhood dream of being AEW World Champion. Got to face off against many people who would have not had an opportunity. And I think it does help with Kevin Knight. Because at least with Speedball, it wasn't obvious. So at least with Darby, it's a top tier star. So I think this is a way for Darby Allin to put over Kevin Knight as a heel. And like I said, we don't have many. We don't have many heels. We don't have many top heels in AEW. So I think this is good. I mean, we have Swerve. We have now Kevin, MJF. It's going to be an interesting road getting into Wembley Stadium. Oh, honey, that's crazy. Your honey pop prediction were 9 out of 10? Wow, that's crazy. I need Kevin. Oh, don't worry, Florida Buckeye 727. We're going to get Kevin versus Swerve soon. But Swerve has some other business he has to handle. Because it's a possibility he may meet Will Ospreay. And also, he's never faced off against MJF one-on-one. He's already... Jeffrey, stop! Stop it! So we did. It was a really great pay-per-view. I could see why it was sold out at AEW Double or Nothing. Start off hot. We got new AEW Tag Team Champions. Edge and Christian won in an I Quit match. We got to see an appearance by Beth Phoenix. I'm still going to call her Beth Phoenix, the Glamazon, helping out her husband, taking out that Weasel Stokely. So we have new Tag Team Champions. We also have a new AEW International Champion with Takeshita. But unfortunately, Kyle Fletcher made his return, but he turned his back on Takeshita. So I can't wait for this baby face of Takeshita. Actually, I picked Takeshita to win. I picked Takeshita to win. And that was a match I wanted at Wembley Stadium, but I'm happy we got it. So Takeshita is the new AEW International Champion. But it looks like he's going to have a rivalry with Kyle Fletcher. And I'm pretty sure they'll probably use a similar playbook when Kyle Fletcher feuded with Will Ospreay. We also kicked off the Owen Hart Cup Men's Tournament. We had Athena advancing into the next round against Mina Shirokana. For the men, we had Will Ospreay advancing. We also did have Swerve Strickland advancing as well against Bandino. We also, my sleeper match of the night was Jon Moxley versus Kyle O'Reilly. I thought it was a good match, and Kyle definitely had a showing. And they shook hands after the match of respect. But Jon Moxley is still the AEW Continental Champion. Who's going to step up to the plate? I don't know, but we shall see what happens next with Jon's AEW Continental Championship run and who's going to be hopefully the next person that can step up to Jon Moxley. Also, we had the Fatal 4-Way match for the AEW Women's Championship. That was another sleeper match of the night for me. Jamie Hayter, Kris Statlander, Hikaru Shida, and Thekla. Thekla did retain, so giving kudos to her. And then we had the most entertaining match of the night, Stadium Stampede. Chris Jericho, the Hurt Syndicate, the Young Bucks, Kenny Omega, and Jack Perry beat the Demand, the Dogs, David Finlay, Clark Connors, the Don Callis families, Andrade and Mark Davis. It was a fun match in a tennis court. Tennis balls, tennis rackets all around. We got to see at least a slight reunion between Leo Rush and Bobby Lashley. And Leo Rush was helping out his guy, Bobby Lashley. Maybe he could be because the Hurt Syndicate are looking for a fourth member. I mean, it could be Leo Rush. You never know. You never know. You never know. But that was a fun match all around. Then, of course, we had the main event. Darby Allin, MJF. Fortunately, that jerk did not get bald. He is still the AEW World Heavyweight Champion. And I think maybe it's something leading into All In. Wembley Stadium. It's going to be interesting how Forbidden Door is going to look like. But he's a 3-time AEW World Heavyweight Champion. But congratulations to Darby Allin. He did the best he could. I enjoyed his reign. It was nice to see him. And he is a workhorse champion. I mean, I can argue with people all day long, but he is still a workhorse champion. You cannot deny him of that. You could say like, oh yeah, this, and this, but you can't deny anything. Can't deny anything of that. But the shocking part about it is Kevin Knight attacked Darby Allin. And we got to find out why. Florida Buckeye 727, I like what you think. I don't know if Speedball's going to turn heel. It's going to be interesting how they interact on Dynamite the next night. I would say Boza Will to beat Max, to be honest with you, because at least with Will and Max, they do have some history together. And I feel like Darby and Will have some dynamics. Plus, they're also fan favorites too. Like the fans love both of them equally. So I think it would have been more better for him to face off MJF as a heel. So at least that could at least build up their story. Because there's a lot more story to tell with those two. Especially for Will being his home country. Yes, it was a thank you. And plus, he's getting married in 33 days. I want him at least to have him walk down the aisle and be with his soon-to-be bride and just have their first wedding dance. That's all I want for Darby. But there's going to be a lot more questions and answers regarding Kevin Knight. I'm very curious what Speedball is going to say. I thought Kyle Fletcher was going to go for the TNT title, but it looks like he's going to be going for the international one along with Okada. So we're going to see how that goes. But there's a lot of interesting storylines happening and also the what's next. But I'm going to give Double or Nothing a solid 9.5 out of 10. The match of the night for me, outside of Okada and Takeshita, Swerve and Bandino, they literally blew it out of the water. Obviously, my sleeper matches of the night, obviously, Jon Moxley, Kyle O'Reilly, along with the Fatal 4-Way match. Those are my sleeper matches of the night. My entertaining match of the night was obviously Stadium Stampede, but it was really fun. I was very happy to spend it with all of you, and it has been fun a watch along for AEW Double or Nothing. I hope you guys got to enjoy this watch along with me. It was a really great pay-per-view. Very excited on what the road to All In Wembley Stadium is going to look like. I think I may need to watch the media scrum tomorrow because I'm very curious on what questions they're going to ask. But I do want to shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Jeffrey. Shout out to Boza. Shout out to Eddie Foster. Shout out to Honey and Sed for popping in the chat. Florida Buckeye 727. Frederick. I'm trying to see who else. Jordan from Canada in the chat. You guys have been super, super supportive for this. And like I said, I know everybody always has said AEW ain't their cup of tea, but you guys are missing out because they do have some solid good stuff to need to watch. But as I said, it's definitely solid. You can find me. So you can find me on my socials at Courtney NJ11. I do have some content I have to post up from 80s Wrestling Con so be on the lookout for my interviews this week with Bronwyn Billington, the daughter of the Dynamite Kid, also Dave LaGreca. Also, I am going to post up the match, the women's match I did commentary for ISPW because it was really great because we're now going to start posting matches in the independent scene, which are really fun to watch. Also, a little breaking news. There will be no Timeless Elite Wednesdays there will be no Timeless Elite Wednesday watch along this week because yours truly will be on the ground for AEW Dynamite. I will be on the ground for AEW Dynamite in Philadelphia. I'm very curious what the aftermath is going to look like. Not sure what's expected, but I'm really excited. There'll be photos, there'll be content. Very excited to see and also interacting with fans. So no watch along this week. I will be back the week after. Yes, the Weasel got what he deserves, and I'm very excited that Weasel Stokely got what he deserves. But it's going to be very interesting It's going to be very interesting. And also, hopefully, we do continue action with the Owen Hart Cup Tournament. Edge and Christian are new tag team champions, so we'll see what's next. But I'm very excited to chat with all of you. 9.5 out of 10. I mean, come on. The show was sold out. Fans in New York were on their feet. It was so fun to watch. And I am very, very happy to spend it with all of you. So we shall see updates happening, obviously, with the TBS title because Willow Nightingale had to relinquish it and withdrew from the competition. But thank you all for joining with me and also supporting Women's Wrestling Talk, the number one women's wrestling network on the planet. I hope you guys have a great evening. And yeah, we're going to have some content all this week.
Thanks for joining WWT. Don't forget to like us on all social media platforms at WW Talk Pod. Like and subscribe on all video and audio platforms like yesterday, my G. And check out our website at www.talkpod.com. Thanks for watching Women's Wrestling Talk, the number one women's wrestling network on the planet.